Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, you have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please consult your direct. Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue.
It's easier. Hey, Naomi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Morning.
How did that go?
Oh, it was fantastic. There was about 30 people there, including Rye, who will be the ones that will be maintaining. Also, Grant Denton was there. He's going to be doing a lot of education along the river. So there was a terrific turnout, Tumwa, and then we live streamed it. I bought my own microphone system. They didn't have power, but so that's a little bit soft for live streaming, but we do have a live stream. Thank you to Rebecca and the outreach team.
That's fantastic.
And it's the first of many, right? I mean,
Yeah, so they're planning something like let's just call it 10 to 20 total along the 114 miles, all the way from Lake Tahoe to First Lake. So, of course, a number of them will be in our area. The second one right now, I guess they considered March, Plaza. So they're planning one there. And of course, it turned out that it was much better sited right there at the corner of the bridge, Coonsley, the path. It's really nice. So we did a ceremonial flush.
I wanted to
But they don't know how long it takes to get a toilet. And how many hands were
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
They are having some technical difficulty, having a hard time connecting. So just give a minute, and she's just asking that everyone hold on, and she will direct us. So let's wait for her to chime in.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me now?
Yeah, anyway, Tomwa brought out a big microphone system, but it needed power, right? So I have my handy dandy little battery pack one that I run around with in the back of my car, so that was pretty handy. And I bought one for our public outreach folks too last year, and I guess it's been
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press. You have entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
Okay, council, can you hear me now? Devin, can you hear me? Council, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. At this time, if we have Madam Mayor, we appreciate council's patience today while we are bumping through a few new technology issues today. We will see where I have reverb and hope that that goes away. All right, Madam Mayor, if you'd like to call your meeting to order, we'll see how this goes.
All right. Madam Clerk, do we have everyone on? Who do we have on as council members? I don't see many on my screen.
You have a quorum present, Madam Mayor. We do have some council members who are not able to make it at noon, and just to remind council and the public of what our process is going to be today is we will be calling your meeting to order, and then we will do the pledge. We will take a roll call. At that time, we will then transition into a recess in which council will come back to order around 2:30. And at 2:30, we will then move into general public comment, approval of your agenda, and then we will begin the presentations and interviews for your city manager candidates today.
Okay, so we're going to just open the meeting and then do pledge allegiance, roll call, and then
And then we'll
and
recess.
then come back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thanks so much. At this time, I would love for Councilwoman Dewar to lead us in the pledge since she just kicked off our Portland Lose and did a fantastic job. So I'm going to let you lead us in the pledge. Councilwoman Dewar.
Do we have the flag, Ashley or Devin?
Yes, we do.
We have a flag in chambers, however, we do not have a way to broadcast that up.
Okay. I'll sit here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, nice job.
All right, Madam Mayor,
All
first
right.
item today is roll call for the Reno City Council. Oh, I see that they put the flag up, so great job. Roll call for council. Breckus is absent at this time. Dewar?
Here.
Delgado absent. Weber absent. Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Peavy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. And at this time, I would recommend that you transition into your recessed period. Again, reminder to council and anyone who is tuning in at this time, council will now recess. When we reconvene at 2:30, we will take general public comment that is not on any item for our agenda today. We will then transition into your approval of your agenda and then be given an overview of the interviews and your candidates for interview discussion today to begin around the 3 o'clock hour.
Okay. All right, I think you outlined it. All right, at this time, I will see everyone back here at 2:30. Thanks so much for hanging in there. Okay,
Bye.
Thank
everyone.
you.
You guys gotta stop talking about me.
I think we're just waiting for Ashley.
Can you guys hear me all right on your end?
I'm not.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me on your end? Madam Mayor, can council hear me at this point?
We can.
Shaking, nodding of heads, wonderful. Okay, we are just waiting a couple more minutes. It looks like you do have the body. We are just waiting to make sure that we have all of the consultant on before we call your meeting back to order.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, Daisy thinks she's supposed to come to all the meetings now. Now that, you know, we've released the restrictions on pets.
As she should, as she should.
She just, or, you know, come cuddle with mom.
Yeah. Oh.
Just so council knows, we are working on trying to set up alternative rooms at the moment, so that way your interviewees can be placed on hold effectively. So we're just working on that right now, and so we will have your meeting ready to go in just a minute or two.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you just let me know when.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we will go ahead and call your meeting back to order at this time.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
And we have a full council, correct?
You do, Madam Mayor. That's what I wanted to just note for the record, that I do see we have all 7 council members are on. So at this time, Madam Mayor, the next item on your council agenda is general public comment. This is public comment that was received prior to 4 p.m. the business day beforehand, which would have been Friday. This also includes any comment that is not particularly related to one specific item. As a reminder to council and everyone else, public comment that is received after 4 p.m. the business day prior to the meeting is moved to closing general public comment and will be attached to that. At this time, Madam Mayor, we do have one voicemail that was received prior to 4 p.m. from Stephen Childs, and we will play that now for council.
Okay, thanks so much.
This is Stephen Child. I just called you, but it went over 3 minutes, so I'd like to cancel that and record this one. I would like to read the petition that we are submitting to the Reno City Council and the mayor to be included on a subsequent agenda item. My number is 775-412-1670. My name is Stephen Child. Here is the petition. I want to read it within the 3-minute limit. Stop the violence in our communities. We, the citizens of Reno, Nevada, and homeowners of University Ridge and adjoining housing developments, do hereby petition the mayor and City Council of Reno to stop, vote against, halt, cease, terminate the violence and conflict being fomented in our community. The assertion that social progress takes place through class and racial conflict, struggle, and hatred has been revealed as totally false. We demand the Reno City Council unequivocally and publicly condemn all agents of violence and conflict and recognize and commend all peacemakers non-violently resisting evils like racism with love instead of hatred, acknowledging our human limitations and turning us to the divine and reconciling our community through interdependence, shared values, and the rebuilding of peaceful families. Again, I'm Stephen Child, 775-412-1670. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that was Stephen Child for the record. We did receive a letter additionally that has been submitted to council. Additionally, online public comment was received from Ralph Stephen Coppola, Catherine Stryker, and Silas Johnson. Those, again, have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. And with that, Madam Mayor, we have no further general public comment today, and we would be transitioning to approval of your agenda at this time.
Okay, thank you so very much. At this time, I'm going to ask council to give me a motion to approve the agenda. So moved. I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan, a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, right back at you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Your next item today is B1. These are presentations and interviews for the city manager candidates. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, we did receive public comment on item B1 from Michael Biselli and Lynn Barker. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. At this time, Madam Mayor, I will bring over Josh Jones to present to council to give you a brief interaction and overview of the agenda and schedule for today.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Additionally, Madam Mayor, it should be noted that we do have Mark Gregerson, HR Director, available to fill in any blanks that Mr. Jones is not able to answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Josh. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you. Great.
All right. Why don't you take us into this next item? Yeah, good. Go for it.
All righty. Well, we're excited to hear from our three candidates this afternoon. We'll have Susan, Robert, and Doug every hour on the hour in that order, at 3, 4, and 5. To just go through a brief orientation with you, you all have the PDF resume packet called the Evaluation Manual. And in that evaluation manual, you'll find a sample ranking form if you desire to use it. With 3 candidates, it's probably not necessary. I don't think it will be difficult to, make your selections known at the end of this meeting, but it's there if you'd like to use it to keep track of the candidates as they go along throughout the afternoon. The ideal candidate profile is also contained in this packet. This is what we developed together and put in our recruitment brochure, and it's just always helpful to run through that once again to remind ourselves of those things that we're hoping to hear from these candidates. And then following that information in the preamble, you'll find each of the candidates' resumes and other application information. As a suggested or recommended course of the workflow this afternoon, we would recommend that the mayor welcome the candidates once they come into the room and have each of them give an opening statement not to exceed 10 minutes in length, after which each of the council members could ask a structured and consistent question of the candidates in your standard order, which I believe is by district numerically, followed by the vice mayor and mayor. At the conclusion of council's questions, candidates could offer a closing statement not to exceed 5 minutes or their remaining time, depending on how long they've taken to answer the questions. Once we go through that process for each of the candidates, then we could begin a debrief at about 6 o'clock and turn it back over to the governing body for a debrief.
Okay. That's it, huh, Josh?
That's it, unless you have any questions. You've got some suggested interview questions,
I
and I
think
know
pretty
you've been
straightforward.
thinking of some on your own.
Okay, so I think pretty straightforward. I am going to ask council members, I'm going to keep to a strict protocol. And the reason being is if we have time, I don't want council to go into more questions because then other candidates may get more questions and some other candidates may not get more questions. And I don't think that that's fair either. So I want to make sure that everyone stays to their questions and we stay to the format. And even if if a candidate should not use all their time, then we will take that time to make a council break. Okay? All right, go ahead, Jenny. Councilman Breckes.
Madam Mayor, just before we start for clarity, so did you say, just making sure I understand what Josh said, that you want us to ask just one question? Is that correct? Not gonna have a second round.
Right.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Breckes.
First of all, are we going to say the pledge?
We already did.
Oh, I must have been out of the room. Okay.
I don't think you were. Did you jump on at noon?
I must. Oh, okay. I was out. Okay. Second thing is, I did not understand from last week that we were not going to have the opportunity to have one-on-one meetings, conversations with these individuals. And are we styled to make a decision today?
I believe we are. That's what the agenda says.
Okay. Okay. And like many of you, this is, the second time around we've hired a manager. I thought we were going to be afforded that opportunity. Maybe I saw it in some of the earlier, materials or knew it was a best practice from, our recruiter or others. But I'm a little uncomfortable not getting to sit and develop a little bit of a rapport with these three people who are before us and have that go, even virtually. And I guess so I just want to express that. But also, Mr. Jones, do you know if Miss Stanton or Mr. Stowe have come to Reno as of recently? Because they're the two out-of-town folks. Have they visited? Do you know? Did you hear that from them?
Hey, Councilwoman Breckes, I think that's something you should be asking them directly.
Well, I only get one question, though, and I don't want that to be my one question.
Okay. Go ahead. And then we're going to move on. Go ahead, Josh.
So, Councilwoman Breckes, I don't know that they have been through Reno recently as part of the recruitment process. I do know that they mentioned that they have certainly spent vacation time in the area and are familiar with it, however, in general.
Okay.
So
it's moving very quickly.
If you want, whenever we bring them out, I will ask them to include that in their opening remarks. How's that?
That's great. I feel that they're at a little bit of a disadvantage because we decided last Wednesday to move forward with this today, and we didn't give them a chance to come in and have one-on-ones with us. And I would have liked that, even under these conditions, to sit in a parking lot or in a park bench and talk to them. So I just want to express my concern that we're not doing that. And I haven't even spoken to the local person either.
Madam Mayor, as a possible way forward, if the council decides to make a decision today, that's great. But another alternative for us is to interview everyone, come to our thoughts, and make the decision at our next council meeting, which is in less than 2 weeks. It's like 10 days. And during that time, we could potentially meet with them virtually on Zoom or whatever. We could allow the public to opine based on the interviews. we could put this at the first item of the agenda. It's just an alternate way forward if we do not decide to make a decision today. Just putting it out there for
Yeah,
future
and
consideration.
Josh, it was sort of my understanding that, and because I don't want people to have the assumption that you are sort of putting the kibosh on council members reaching out to those candidates. I was under the impression if council members wanted to do that, they could do that. Am I right, Josh? Any candidate that was on the list?
We were told to not contact the candidates at our very first meeting when so I did not.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you telling me that. So go ahead, Councilman.
You are muted, Josh.
I was just going to say, it was certainly an idea that was, put forth, I think, on several occasions. And it's certainly something that can be arranged upon council request.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to express some concern over changing the process all the time. And I had an understanding of what the process would be. I hope that by the time we're done today, we will have the position or the possibility to name a new city manager. I know from my constituents that I've spoken to that they are very concerned about the length that our acting city manager has been in the position. I know that our staff are very concerned about the uneasiness of all of the transition. And so for me, there is some positive benefit to us resolving what we can resolve today. I think in a normal time, we might have spent individual time with candidates. We might have hosted mixers where people would, nosh and eat and meet in groups with the person. But I think given the pandemic and the travel restrictions that people face, it is not wise, I don't think, to think that we would do it some way else. Even if you wanted to do Zooms one-on-one, I mean, having hired, hundreds of people over the years, I think I have a good sense of where my, target is. So I think we'll be prepared to move forward today, making an assumption that one of these fine people will be qualified and will garner the support of the body. And so I'm looking forward to the process, but I also am very mindful about changing that process midstream or mid-course. So I'm prepared.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, I don't want to repeat the process that we used last time, and that's what we did use last time. And quite honestly, it was not effective, and it's something that I don't really want to entertain. So I think sticking to what we outlined in this process, I think is critical. So anyway, okay, moving forward. Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'm comfortable with, whatever the body wants to do today. I think it's important that I'm not hiring the city manager. We are hiring the city manager. And I think when we do the debrief, we'll have an opportunity to kind of compare and contrast and have the group sort of discussion. But I fully embrace the fact that I am not hiring the city manager. We are. So I don't want to give different information from individual perspectives. I think we can do that. I think we can have that discussion as a group here today. So whatever the body desires, but it's we hiring him or her.
Okay. All right, moving forward. Okay, then, Josh, I would love to be able to bring in Ms. Stanton.
All right, yep, we will bring her in about 10 minutes at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so we have till 3. Gotcha. All right.
Mayor,
Just on standby.
If I can make a recommendation, what we will do on our end is when someone is brought in, if there's transition time, we can promote them to a panelist and then put them on hold. However, it sounds like, Josh, you've communicated with each of the interviewees so they know to come on right about the top of the hour. Okay?
That's right.
All right. So, Madam Mayor, if you'd like, we can do a brief recess, and if council can be prepared to turn back all of their monitors at 1 minute till so we can ensure that we're staying to a tight timeline today, That would be my recommendation.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you soon, 9 minutes.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are at the top of the hour. If council would like to resume your meeting. Just to confirm, Vice Mayor Reese, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I think we're just having some technical difficulties. Two of our council members got bounced off, and now Madam Mayor, oh, I think everyone's back.
You?
But let's wait for Madam Mayor to, just 1 second.
We'll wait another few minutes as needed.
Just a general reminder to all colleagues, please make sure you're muted while you're not speaking. It's just very hard because our IT has been having problems this morning and today with our reverb. And so we think it's because there's a lot of static on the lines by multiple people trying to talk at the same time and not muted. So just a reminder. I think we all know, but just since we have a second here.
Hi, Madam Clerk, are you there?
Hi, Madam Mayor, we are here, and if you would like to call your meeting back to order at this time, you may do so.
All right, let's call our meeting right back to order.
Okay, and at this time, Madam Mayor, we will transition Susan
Go ahead.
Stanton over to a panelist.
Okay.
At this time, Ms. Stanton, once you can hear us, you will want to unmute. We've unmuted you on our end. You'll just need to do that on yours.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm.
Hi, good afternoon, Miss Stanton. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. This is so weird.
All right. Well, we're excited to start to kick off this process, and we're excited to meet you. So I'll just give you a little bit of a rundown. I think what we're going to do for the first 10 minutes, we'll let you talk a little bit about yourself, why you would like to be the next city manager at the city of Reno, you know, opening remarks. So you'll have 10 minutes. And then we will go into a round of questions from each council member. And then we will wrap it up with 5 minutes of closing remarks. And you can take all of that time, or you don't have to take any of that time, whatever you feel most comfortable with. And I guess we'll start out by allowing you to have 10 minutes. And then one of the questions we'd love to ask you is if you have ever been to Reno and what your experience is with the city of Reno. So I'm going to let you have the floor, Ms. Stanton. Go ahead.
Good to meet you all. Again, for the last probably 30 hours, I've been watching all these city council meetings. So in some ways, I feel like I know each one of you because I've been watching all of your meetings. But at any rate, it's a delight to finally virtually be present in the chamber with you this afternoon. My name is Susan Stanton. I'm currently living in San Francisco. And I'm really excited about the prospect of making Reno my home. I've been in the city, I think 2 or 3 different times for various conventions. So I didn't do a whole lot of touring, but I spent it in the downtown area. We went to various remote locations, during that time. You really capture it with the motto of the largest big city. But I think never before has there been really a greater need for responsive and compassionate local government than there is today at a time when the federal and state government, I think, sometimes appears to be unable to act. People look towards local government, the government that is the most closest to them. And in that context, I think there's 5 reasons I would put forth that I would offer to you to illustrate why I think I'm the best candidate for this position. I think the first one is the fact that I have national experience as a city manager. I've got more than 30 years managing cities in very diverse parts of the country: Alaska, Illinois, Kentucky, Florida, California. And I think that shows a versatility. There's always sometimes desire to look for somebody who's local, and there's some advantages to that. But I think the advantages of bringing somebody who has experience working in a lot of different places in diverse parts of the country. What works in Nevada may not work as well as what's being done in California or Florida or New York or Kentucky. So bringing that experience, I think, really adds a lot of tools in my toolbox. I think the second aspect is that for 17 years, I was a city manager in Florida in a very similar sized organization. As far as complexity, employees, we had a little less than 900 employees. The city itself had a lot of extra service areas that was almost twice the size of the city. So we had a lot of employees. I mean, we operated in a very sophisticated fashion. When I came to that city, the city was known for doing things on the cheap, and 17 years later, we were known as an organization of excellence. I used to always talk about the 3 Ps, the aspect of professionalism, passion, and pride. I took a lot of satisfaction in knowing that our police department, our fire department, our recreation department, and our public works department were all nationally accredited, by which people who were subject matter experts in their area came into the organization, evaluated, and it really fostered a sense of continuous quality improvement throughout the organization, not just for the person who was responsible for the accreditation process, but every employee. And we did that really well. I would love to be able to take that discipline and incorporate it into Reno as well. I think the third aspect is the fact that I've got the right education and qualifications. As I said, I'm a credentialed city manager. I've been credentialed for just about the beginning of the program. I've got a master's degree in public administration. I've got a graduate certificate from the University of Oklahoma, from the Department of Economic Development, from the Institute out there. So I know how to use the tools of development. I have a network of people that I've used in the past, and I have that background. And of course, I'm a graduate of Harvard's State and Local Government Program of Excellence as well. The fourth aspect is probably the most unique. For the last 3 years, I've been in divinity school, something that most people don't think of a city manager walking away and going into seminary for a 3-year period to hone skills that typically managers do not have. During the past year, I've actually been a chaplain, an on-call chaplain, one of those essential health workers, being with people who have died over this thing. And I've developed, I think, an absolute empathy and connection in a very intimate pastoral way that I think, given the challenges that we're going to be facing as an organization and the amount of suffering and terror in people as they wonder, when is this nightmare going to get over, and how do I get back on my feet? And what's the response of the city? I've watched a number of meetings that your staff has been doing, and you're all doing a great job. And that's great. And I think I can really, from the top, infuse a sense of compassion on it. I think the last aspect, as I said, is I've taken organizations, good organizations, small organizations, and larger organizations, and made them, took them from good to great. I've looked at so many documents for the city of Reno in the last couple of weeks, and I would really love to be able to take the mission of the city of Reno and really integrate it throughout the organization. I didn't see any connection with performance indicators, with metrics where you can actually evaluate whether integrated within the budget and part of the process of how the city organization does business. I've done that in my organizations, and in particular in Largo, I did that really well. And I think I bring that to the city. I bring that to the city of Reno. So those 5 things are the reason why I'm excited about the job, and I'm excited about our conversation today.
All right, fantastic. Yes, I was looking at your resume. It is incredibly impressive. So you should be proud of all the work and all the years that you've put into serving government. And certainly it sounds like you know exactly, how the local side works of things and how we really are sort of connected with our community so intimately. So that's great to hear. So thank you. Impressive. And great city you live in, by the way. I know your mayor, London Breed. I follow you guys all the time. So very nice, very nice. And I used to live in the city of San Francisco too, by the way. And I sure did, and absolutely loved it. But my first love is Reno. So, but I was lucky to live in your beautiful city. All right, I'm going to start with Ward 1, and that's Councilwoman Breckus. I'm going to open it up to Councilwoman Breckus. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stanton, for participating in this and for your opening remarks. I want to ask you, obviously we're in very unprecedented times going forward, but with the breadth of experience that you have, what do you think, can you highlight a case study of one of the challenges that you've had as a city manager where you had some big issues staring you in the face and you worked with your team to address those successfully or not successfully, and how that would be reflective over to some of the challenges that you see we're facing?
Yeah, Chris, these are really bizarre times, but probably the time I came in when I was made manager in Lake Worth, Florida. Lake Worth is a community of about 25,000 people, but we operated our own electric utility. And so it was a very sophisticated operation. And the entire city was essentially running on automatic pilot. So when I got there, the city was just about at a point of bankruptcy, municipal bankruptcy. We were tracking the conversations that were going on in Bell, California with bankruptcy, and trying to deal with that problem when people did not understand the significance. People used to always say, well, this is really not about money. And maybe things don't have to be about money if you have money. But when you're at the point of what you're worrying about, we may not be able to make payroll if something doesn't change here. It really required me to sit down with department directors and create the matrix and a budget focus that people could absolutely appreciate the significance that we were in as an organization. And that is going to be, it wasn't a financial issue, it was an organizational issue. And the first step was sitting down with the city council and making sure everybody understood the enormity of our problem in the sense that we were having to deal with essential denial of what was going on. Formed a kind of a budget management team of department directors, of employees, of council members to really identify the amount of cuts that we were going to have to make, and they were substantial. They were substantial. During that time, we met with small groups of employees. We tried to sit down with the union to really negotiate a way forward. Ultimately, it was so endeared into that organization, it required us declaring literally financial urgency, which gave us the ability to make imposition of cuts within the organization. It was highly unpopular. The unions were upset about it. We wound up literally winding up laying off almost 100 employees in this thing, trying to get people to say, if we can all take a little bit of the resources that we've had in the past, and we're all going to have to receive some cuts. And if not, this is what's going to happen. And a lot of folks were willing to do that. Most were not. We wound up having to make some really drastic cuts. I met with every one of those employee groups when we did that. If people are going to lose their job, they're going to hear it from me. It was not done by memorandum. I used to do work days with those folks. I knew them. I've been in their homes, most of them, and it was the hardest thing in the world that I had to take. But ultimately, we did make those cuts. We wound up restoring the cities to financial health, and we were able to maintain it by really changing the way we were doing business. It was an all-hands approach. It involved the city council making unpopular decisions, and involved changing the way we received information and making decisions in a really compassionate way going forward in order to make sure we weren't back in that same hole again. And it was a pretty good process.
All right, great job. Okay, now I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Dewar in Ward 2. Go right ahead.
Hi. Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Stanton, for being here. I wanted to ask you maybe a little bit of an unconventional question, but we've gone through a process called the Reimagine Reno process, and it involved about 7,000 residents, and it led to a new master plan with much sensitivity to the place that we live in. We also recently adopted a climate action and sustainability plan. We have many items pending before us. For example, today we opened up our first new bathroom on the river with hopefully 10 more to come so that we can help improve our water quality in the river. We have pending before us a waste management franchise update, which is going to be big, a Nevada energy franchise update, which is big, a tree ordinance, which we've been working on for more than 5 years. And so what I'm wondering about is, what are your experiences with climate change policies? How do you personally interact with the environment on a daily basis? So those two would be short, sort of, how do you interact with the environment? And then what's your experience with climate change policies and creating or advocating for a city? And then how will you ensure the environment and sustainability issues are in fact addressed in city actions going forward? And that, you know, whether those are regulations or policies or projects. So first, just briefly, what's the environment mean to you on a daily basis? What are your experiences actually working with those issues at a policy level? And what would you recommend for us to implement? Thank you.
That's a mouthful of questions.
Well, they're all related to the same topic.
Yes. I'm a runner. I haven't been the last couple of years since with all the hills in San Francisco. So I used to drive my city staff crazy because I used to run with a dictating machine in my hand.
Wow.
So when I ran through the community, I was constantly making notations of storm basins or a drainage canal. So I've always been very much involved in the city. As a city manager, I've been known to, well, not been known, I used to always do work days with my staff. Because I think the best way of going to really get a good understanding of what's going on in the city is to see the city from the same set of eyes of the department director, and not just walking around in a business suit, but putting on their uniform and replacing one of their employees and doing the work. And to me, that has been just a very up close and personal way with what's going on in the city. Is what we think going on actually going on, and do the employees have the right training, the right tools in order to do what they need to be done. I think with the aspect of like the master plan that you talked about, I think sometimes there's it's been my experience, because in Largo we had master plans and strategic plans and general plans and special plans and downtown redevelopment plans, and we used to argue about where downtown was, because some people said it was on the north end, and so we had various different downtown redevelopment plans, and even trying to agree on where downtown was and what the plan was, depending on who you talked to, you had different sets of voices. And of course, employees listened to all this, and sometimes it just became an orchestrated sound of disharmony. So specifically, I think what's key, in my opinion, is that unless you have a very defined mission that has a neighborhood focus, because government ultimately provides services to people that live in the community. We talk about economic development, we talk about a bunch of all the mechanical aspects of how we do what we do. But to me, it all comes down to people, and it comes down to people living in neighborhoods. And I've had the best success when I've been able to bifurcate in very, very specific pieces that then can be operationalized into very definable goals, objectives that are relevant to everybody throughout an organization. So it doesn't just become a tree ordinance to plant trees, that the person who's planting the tree understands their role in it, the cops understand why we're planting trees, the public works people understand the role of the tree, the people who are living in the city understand the importance of the tree, that it's more than just creating shade, but there's an aspect of ecology into it. To answer your other question about what my experience was, one of the neat things in Lake Worth was the fact that we did everything. We were the electric company, we were the water company, we were the ones who actually picked up the trash. We generated our own energy. So we had all those 5 aspects as an organization. We controlled the means of production of those things. So we developed a plan called Energize Lake Worth. And it really tried to take a look at the integrating both all those 5 utilities as a way of sustainability. That when we were developing, looking at development, that we understood the impact of the utilities and the impact on the city. At some point, I was watching one of your conversations about setting rates and people's discomfort doing it based upon a COLA. And the organizations I've been with, we have really tried to tie in from a sustainability standpoint, both the capacity today, the needs tomorrow, with the operating and the projected cost, and really had a total orientation that then was brought back into goals and objectives that were overarching and that were related to the individual departments.
Thank you.
I think you're muted, Mayor.
Okay, here we go. All right, great job. Okay, I'm going to head over to Councilman Delgado in Ward 3. Go ahead, take it away, Oscar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Mrs. Stanton. How are you?
Hello.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for considering to be the next city manager at the city of Reno. I really appreciate you, and your resume, as the mayor stated, is tremendous, and you accomplished so much. And to jump right in, my question is, what is your experience with working with union groups and community stakeholders to ensure that the city is representative of the communities it serves?
Yeah, I think employees have a right to participate in the terms and conditions of their employment. And in the cities I've worked at, I have always not only believed in having a collaborative relationship, but I actually enjoyed making them part of the decision-making process. We used to not only have a labor management meeting on a monthly basis in Largo, but I would actually, every 3 weeks, and it was randomly, would have a computer program that generated 3 employees who I would pick out and go have breakfast with. And it was a way just to get to know people, just to understand who they were. If they wanted to talk about business, they could. If they didn't have to. It was one way of getting to know people individually. Typically, when things were going bad in my organization, I typically got a phone call from an employee. And if it was something that where I was in trouble with my council members, they would often say, "Hey, boss, you have a fire over here. You need to put this thing out." So I had a really passionate connection with my employees. As far as the labor union themselves, we got together every month, whether we needed to or not. It was a really excellent way of soliciting their ideas before the decision was made. There's nothing worse than meeting with people when they know you've already made your decision. All we're here is to stamp it or just to click the box that we did a meet and confer, and you've asked us for our opinion, and now we can go on to the real business. We met every month with those folks. They all knew me by my first name. If they had a problem, they were willing to come into the city organization. For the most part, when we did labor negotiations, I didn't get involved unless I had to. And typically when I got involved, it meant there was a huge impasse, and I had to, kind of get more involved with it than I typically wanted to. I very rarely had to do it because my labor groups work really well together. I don't know if I've answered. Was there a second part of your question?
It's fine. Those around the idea of how would you ensure that those basically diversity and representation from the communities that we serve, that's served within our organization as well. But it sounds like as you meet with a lot of the union groups and you have candid conversations with them and you really develop those relationships with them is what I'm gathering. Yeah, and not only that, but again, we realized early on we had a lot of opportunities, for example, in the fire department. And often some of the blue collar workers didn't have those opportunities who typically were labor unions. And we actually came up with a program to prepare people to actually do internships to get them prepared to take over some of those positions. So it was a very win-win, where other people would say, why would the union want you to take them out of their union? Because it was an opportunity for them to get an advancement opportunity that they would have not had in an organization. And we worked very collaboratively with our unions. It was always neat to see a fire EMT so someday show up to a call when I would sometimes even be on the fire truck. And remember that this person used to be a sanitation worker into the program that I was able to develop that gave this person the opportunity to become a firefighter that paid substantially more money, but was such a unique opportunity. And I think my employees knew that, and I had a really good connection with them over those things. Thank you.
All right, fantastic, great job. Okay, next up, we are going to head to Ward 4, and Councilwoman Weber, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stanton, for being here. You are incredible. I just have to say you've done a lot in your career, and I look forward to hearing the rest of your questions or the questions and how you're responding to them, because you're doing a great job, in my opinion. Let me ask you, you have a lot of experience and you've done a lot of research on what we in the city of Reno are doing and what we're going through. And because of that, what would you say your 3 top priorities are in maybe your first 90 days of what you think is the most important that you need to pay special attention to, or you have something that you really want to do with the city of Reno?
Yeah, and I've got a bunch of notes here that kind of your standard question. So my answer would be predicated on first and foremost, before I would ever, take my little list with me and drag and say, okay, this is what I've decided I think I want to do, would really be sitting down with each one of you folks and getting a feeling as to, where do you see the landmines? But putting that important first step aside, I think the first thing, of course, is getting my hands around COVID-19. I know that you got the $46 million that you're in the process of looking at how to distribute appropriately through the community. And I smiled with all the questions about, well, how can we use this to kind of backfill in an indirect way so we can eliminate some of the stress. So I think that whole process, I would want to get very much involved to know where we are, because I think after this thing is not going to go away quickly. It's going to get worse before it gets better. When you've sat with people that have died with this thing, it is not going to go away, and it's going to be with us for a while. So I would want to, when I looked at the financial projections that were very conservative, I would have, I guess, to be frank, I probably would have started at 15, 20, 25%, not 10, 5, 10, 15. I know it looks really good now, but I'd want to have some financial projections in my back pocket that if the world goes bad, this is how we're going to do it, and this is our contingency plan, and this is what we have in place, and this is where we're going. I like when I do financial projections that I have a most likely, a best, and a worst. Don't give me just one scenario. I need 3 different scenarios, and I didn't sense that when I reviewed your financial plan. If everything goes well, the 5%, the amount of fund balance you're using, that's great. But boy, when it goes bad, then you start having to run around at the last moment. That can be real unpleasant. So that's one of the first things. I think the master planning that the city is doing is good, but I think it's not as sophisticated as I have done. And if we're looking at doing rate studies for sewer and some of your other utilities, I'm used to really connecting I'm used to having a really defined understanding of your capital needs. I like to have an understanding of what's funded, what's not funded, that the debt service, the capital needs, the operating costs with those various scenario assumptions are all tied into the process of setting the budget as well as the rates. And the information I've seen thus far, sometimes I don't get the feeling that is being done as well as it could be. And it looks like you're making some really important decisions between now and the next 8 months that I probably want to, if I were to get this job, have a really good understanding. Where are we with that? It made me uncomfortable when your public works person was explaining that the use of a CIP, a COLA, could be used to project out expenses. I used to die when people used to tell me that, because that's just, to me, it's a very small aspect of the way we set rates. So having a more greater control of the revenue stream, the issue of revenue diversification is certainly an important aspect that I want to take a look at. I'm not going to be able to do anything with it for the first 90 days, but just getting a feeling, given the fact that you're very dependent on about three different revenue sources that are heavily dependent upon an economy that is going to be ultimately operational. And if it doesn't, where do we go from there? So that revenue diversification, of course, in the long run, trying to look at things that you all have been talking about with your legislative process to broaden that thing out is just really critical. I think the COVID has really exposed our weaknesses as a municipal organization, how we fund ourselves and how we go forward after all this resolves itself.
Thank you so much. Good comments. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, great job. Okay, now we're going to head over to beautiful Ward 5, Councilwoman Jordan. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stanton. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate your time and your interest in Reno. It really is, you're putting yourself out there for this, and we know as much as we're interviewing you, you're interviewing us as well. So appreciate your attention to all things Reno. One of the questions, and actually in your intro you mentioned it, you mentioned that you had done a lot of watching of our city council meetings, and while 30 hours of Netflix is tough, 30 hours of council meetings is probably even a little more difficult. In watching those meetings, did anything stand out to you or anything that you could identify that were areas for improvement? And if so, what processes or procedures would you implement to improve if you identified anything that could have improvements in efficiencies and outcomes?
Yeah, keeping in mind, I'm kind of looking at things through a little narrow telescope. Just trying to get the information was really awkward. Being able to watch the meeting and be able to use the data and look at it back and forth made it, as someone from the community, really difficult. So it's just the process of, I'm not really sure what the mechanical aspects of your software is, but I've seen better software that really facilitates being able to bring up documents, be able to click the document where it comes right up to where the conversation was. I found myself frequently clicking and listening to the conversation, but then not being able to match up the document to really understand the conversation. But putting that aside, the thing I've been really impressed with is that everybody does come, and y'all are very much involved in the detail. Everybody comes prepared. It appears that everybody's reading the information. I heard a number of you talk about, I met with department so-and-so, and this is what they said, which was good. I can also detect that there's not a unanimous decision among everybody all the time. I think it was Councilmember Baracus that I know has seems sometimes to be the lone voice in certain areas. And I think how city councils sometimes respond to the person that says, wait a second, I got a problem here. And it's so easy to dismiss the one when there's a vote of 6-1 on one thing. But to me, I learned as a city manager to listen to the dissenter often. Sometimes maybe they may not be 100% all the time, but in the same sense, you dismiss the dissenting voice at your own peril as a city manager. So to that extent, it's been nice watching that the city council doesn't get snappy and nasty with each other. I've been so impressed that everybody is so appreciative of your council, of your city staff. And you express that with people. There's definitely a sense of a protective appreciation. There's nothing worse than city council members, belittle staff people or make fun of them. During the conversation with the Gannett report the other night when I was watching, I could see that the police chief was really struggling to answer some questions. And a number of you, I think, were asking him to go certain places, and he didn't want to go there. And everybody understood I got the feeling that everybody understood where he was, and that was okay. We're going to come back to it later on, but that ability to be empathetic with your dialogue, yet be communicative with the information that you're looking for is a skill set that often a lot of city councils don't have. So I enjoyed that. The depth, the frequency that you meet and the depth of your agendas are really impressive. I don't know how you're able to sit as long as you are. And so I didn't know if some of the stuff that you get involved with could be done in a different setting, or if you do work sessions that are not televised to have general conversation to avoid some of the long 8-hour meetings that would be trying. I found in the past. I tend to be high energy, but I also sometimes have had to appreciate the fact that long after I'm coming down, my council members sometimes had kind of tuned off 2 hours prior to that. So I've learned to be very sensitive to how long meetings go.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Great response. I like it a lot. I think we sometimes, feel that these long meetings sometimes are sort of hard on us, and by the end of them, we'd like to be, probably a little bit more effective and be able to streamline the process better. So I think you hit the nail on the head. Good job. Okay, we are now going to go to Vice Mayor Devin Reese. So go ahead, take it away, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Stanton, thank you so much for being here. I've really gotten the opportunity to, through reviewing your resume and spending the last 45 minutes with you, get a little bit more insight into who you are. I want to ask specifically about our staff. They've already been through a considerable amount given the pandemic. We've gone through 2 managers during that period of time. How can you make the changes that you need to make while providing them with a sense of stability? Paying special attention to your experience that you rated earlier about unions. Ours, at least 2 of the main ones, our police and fire unions, are consistently understaffed. And so I'm sort of trying to understand your approach to providing stability to our workforce, who are, the most important resource we have as a community.
Yeah, I wish I would have submitted to you my management philosophy statement that kind of articulates this in a little bit more detail. But my dad, it's been probably the most important tool I've ever had as a manager. He used to tell me, people don't care what you say until they know you care. And as a city manager, people know I care because I take off the business clothes. I sometimes like to put on the uniform of the employee and get to see them in their environment. They know I know what they do. They know who I am, and they know that I'm trying to do things for the best of the organization. And when I'm wrong, I admit it. Sometimes I've had to say, I remember arguing about this item, and now that I'm seeing in the field, God, what were we thinking? So I absolutely treasure for people to say, Your Holiness, I think you're dead wrong. I think you're dead wrong, and can I come in and talk to you about it? So having that very open door policy, and most people that I know who talk about having an open door, the door is not open. It's an open door, but God forbid anybody walk into it. My door was always open. People did frequently come in and just want to talk to me. So as far as the aspect of change, one of the things I've learned, just as somebody who's made the ultimate change as in my life, both as an individual and going from city to city, one of the reasons I really benefited from the seminary, again, I tend to be a high energy person at times. And I have at times burned people out because of my energy by introducing change too fast. And one of the things that I really got out of seminary is that sense of compassion, the sense of empathy, and the sense of timing. Because in the past, sometimes I didn't do that really well. City managers, we come in sometimes with our stick, our toolbox, and everything, if you have a hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail sometimes. So I've learned myself that you can only introduce change into an environment at the pace in which it can be absorbed. That in order to be an effective leader, you need willing followers. And I could probably take off the jacket, and you could probably see, if you look really closely, some tire tracks where I got too far ahead of my own people. And that sound of thump thump was people running over me because I got too far ahead of them. So I've learned, because I've done it well, and I've suffered the consequences of when I've not done it well. But I think certainly in my own life, I have lived with the experience that people find change, either change that's being done to them, or some change that might happen to them, or change that they're going to be involved themselves, highly uncomfortable. And you've got to give people an opportunity to get buy-in. They've got to be part of the process. It can't be top down. It ought to be coming bottom up, and it ought to be something that is very organic into the organization. If it's something that the city manager sends out a memo that says, this is where we're going to do it, we're going to have a meet and confer on Tuesday, the manuals have already been done, we're ready to send out the program, we're just trying to make sure that we click off the box that says meet and confer with the union, and we're ready to go. That's not the way it works with me. So the process of doing it, I think, has to be done in a very deliberate way, and absolutely it can't exceed the capacity of people's capability of absorbing it and reacting to it, and then buying into it.
All right. All right, thank you so much. Good job. Okay. All right, so it's my turn. Okay, here we go. So let's see. Today we are facing more challenges than our typical normal daily lives. And we make some highly controversial decisions, and I feel that transparency is key to building community trust. And oftentimes the media plays a very important role in that factor. So I'd like to know, what role do you think the city manager plays in working with our media and response times?
Wow. No, I've had mixed feelings in this thing, because invariably, as a city manager, I always met with the press. I met with them at least once a week, and people had regular meetings to come in to me to give background. And I always tried to make sure that if a council member had a particular interest in a particular area, that they were part of that. I didn't want to overshadow my council people, but in the same sense, I was the one that kind of gave the background information to the press and to the TV folks. In every city I've been at, I've developed these what I used to call city manager reports, and they were in Largo, they could be 10, 15, 20 pages long. And they went out every week to the media. People really love these things because they contain the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the issue of transparency was extremely important. Sometimes that got me in trouble with my council people, because like, you're taking transparency to the extreme. You're putting on our dirty laundry, for heaven's sakes. So sometimes I think you can take a good thing to the negative. Nowadays, I guess, with the issue of transparency and the social media, people sometimes can take information and they can weaponize it. And in the past, you didn't see that as much as you're seeing it now. So before I would want to jump into doing that, really the capacity of knowing where some of the hidden sensitivities are, where the landmines are, how people receive information, how they hear it, how they understand it, and how it's going to be used is just extremely important. In Florida, we are open government. People come in and look at employees' personnel files, for heaven's sakes. So there's literally nothing that you can keep from the media. And my own experience has been that if you have information and you can hide it, bad things happen with information that's kept in a drawer or kept in a closet and not shared. If it's done by a city government, it ought to be the property of the public, and we have an obligation to make sure that we release it without the game playing that often a lot of cities do in order to manipulate people's understanding of an issue.
All right, fantastic. Well, all of those responses are fantastic. Thank you so very much. I see you have passion and a lot of compassion, which I think is a key component and critical in this role, since every day we touch so many people's lives. So great job. Okay, so at this time, we are going to give you 5 minutes, and you can ask any of us any questions, just like I think it was Councilwoman Jardin, because she's our HR expert actually here on the council. said that not only are we interviewing you, you're interviewing us, so you can ask us any questions, or you can sort of elaborate on any of your answers or anything that you would like to convey in your closing remarks. So go right ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Well, I was told that we weren't going to be able to ask any questions, so I didn't develop any.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we're going to shake it up. What does council feel? Raise your hand if you think it's okay if she asks you questions.
Just a way of, you know, I thought we could like discuss homelessness at one point, because I've been studying of the whole aspect of the compassion for homelessness, and as a way of, I guess, closing even on that type of an issue. I'm probably I'm probably your only candidate that has ever actually been homeless. When I used to manage the city of Lake Worth for a period of 6 months, I actually was 15 years prior to that. I was homeless. I was living in the park at one point after I graduated college. I used to sleep underneath my car because it was the place that you could sleep without the cops harassing you, because if you got caught sleeping in the park. And I say this only because I remember when I finally got the job as city manager, they put me in a bed and bed breakfast place that overlooked the park in the tree that I used to sleep underneath. And I remember telling people that, you know, I once was homeless in this community, and I thought there would be value in that authenticity. And it turned out that there wasn't. Many people thought the fact that they hired a city manager that had once slept as a homeless person in their park was like, my God, how did this happen? So I guess I would say that I'm looking for an organization where I can be authentic with all of my life experiences. The mere fact that this city council is interviewing me, who's a trans person, 9 out of 10 communities this size would say there's just no way that we're going to, it doesn't matter what this person's criteria, their qualifications are, or what the criteria for selection is. We're not going to do this. The mere fact that I'm talking to you is just an outstanding experience, but I'm looking for a city council that can really be comfortable with who I am, my authenticity, my life experiences, and the fact that I would just bring a lot of energy. What type of, does that resonate with you, be it with me or anybody else, but how do you react to that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, that's what I really like about you. I think you're incredibly authentic. And I think now more than ever, that is so critical in local government and also in the political life that we sort of navigate today, right? Because I think a lot of people forget that we are human, and especially with social media, and you kind of touched upon that in today, people can take information and sort of use it, you know, in a negative way. And sometimes I think people forget before, you know, and I hate to even refer to us as politicians because it just is become such a negative word, but at the same time, before we are public servants, we are human, right? And Reno's changed a lot. I was born and raised here, and this council is incredibly open and very, very kind and thoughtful. And you know, you read media clippings, but people don't really get to see behind the scenes of what the city council does when no one is watching. And that's and part of that, you know, and I see many of us constantly scrutinized. And so I think authenticity is refreshing, and it's very much welcome. So I really appreciate your candor, and you know, I really believe Reno is a very open and loving community. I think we've changed a lot, right? You would laugh. I think, you know, growing up, it was so different that people would say, "Where are you from?" and we'd say Tahoe, right? Like today is it's just very different, and I'm very proud of that. And we're accepting and welcoming, and that's who we want to be. And everyone on this council brings something a little bit different. And yes, we definitely don't see eye to eye all the time. And I think that's a good thing, or otherwise the world would all look the same. Even if I don't agree with someone, and I know Councilman Delgado feels the same way, and Councilwoman Jordan and Councilwoman Dewar, you know, she loves her trees more than anything in the world, and her animals. And, you know, Jenny is incredibly intelligent, and Councilman Reese is just brings sort of this great voice when it comes to being a great mediator. He gets both sides, and Councilwoman Weber is always kind, even when you're on the opposite side. She is like the sweetest. So I'm super fortunate. And Councilwoman Jordan, she works tirelessly working with our homeless populations, and each one of them, and Councilman Delgado on the other side works intimately in public health. And so each one of them are just, they're tremendous advocates for our community, but not only that, but for people. And so I think if you are the one to be selected, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised. And I do think it's great to come from a sense like you talked about, you were homeless. And I don't think people understand the magnitude of how complex those issues are and how difficult they are unless they've been in those shoes, right? And clearly you have. So, and I think that makes someone, you know, incredibly knowledgeable and compassionate. And again, going back to the people in the city, you have to have compassion, and certainly for this job, because we do deal with the most challenging situations, and certainly today now more than ever. I mean, we're living in scary times. I mean, whoever would have thought we were doing a city manager search via Zoom? I mean, this is just, it's bizarre. So, so anyway, but I just want you to know that we are highly impressed with your resume, and I really appreciate you just being, like you said, very authentic and genuine. And I think that's what people want more than anything nowadays, especially in government now, truly, because I think we've lost a lot of that. So thank you very, very much. Okay. With that being said, I think Ashley is dinging me. And she's saying, okay, Madam Mayor, your time is up.
Madam Mayor, that was your 3-minute warning. You were getting a warning shot there.
Yeah. All right.
The
Well,
voice
thank
from
you
God.
so much. We appreciate it, Ms. Stanton. Take care,
Good luck.
and we'll see you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
God bless.
At this time, Madam Mayor, we will.
All right.
We are transitioning Ms. Stanton out of the meeting. At this time, council has the option to take a 2-minute break, and then we will return with your next candidate, Robert Stowe, ready to give his interview at 4 o'clock. So I would say council can take a 1-minute stretching break, and we'll come right back.
Yeah, let's do, I know 1 minute, but let's do 3 minutes. I would like everyone to get up, get some water, and stretch their legs or go to the restroom really quick before we bring in our next candidate. Okay, so we'll see you soon, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, if you would like to call your meeting back to order, you may do so at this time.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And Madam Mayor, just to note for the record, you do have all 7 council members present. At this time, we will transition Robert Stowe over as a panelist, as he is your next interviewee at this time. At this time, Mr. Stowe, we have unmuted you on our end.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, we don't see you yet.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Okay.
No, hold on, it's probably on our end.
Nope, it was on my end. I just started the video.
Oh, there you go. Hi. Hello, Mr. Stowe. Nice to meet you.
You as well, thank you.
Sorry. Sorry it's under such crazy circumstances, but it's nice to meet you. So we've been looking over your resume, very impressive. Your experience is fantastic.
Oh,
so I'm going to just give you a little rundown of how we're going to do this. We're going to give you 10 minutes for opening remarks, or tell us a little bit about yourself or your background, whatever you want to share with the council.
Okay.
You can use all that 10 minutes if you want, and if you don't want, that's fine. We can dive into questions. Each question, or each council member is going to give you a question. And then after that, we're going to wrap it up with 5 minutes of just closing comments and remarks, and then you'll get an opportunity if you want to ask any of us some questions. Okay?
All right.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, and then one of the questions that all of us wanted to ask you in your opening remarks, or tell us about yourself conversation, is if you've ever been to Reno, and give us a little background and experience if you have, and why you want to be the next city manager in Reno, Nevada. So go ahead. So I'll let you take it away.
Great, thank you. I won't take all my 10 minutes, and also reserve that for more time for us to have a conversation in an interview. But thank you all for inviting me here today. The work that you do, the work that your staff does, and the work that your volunteer boards do is really honorable work. And I really feel privileged to be able to be here with you today, having this conversation. But some background about me. I'm from a family of 6 kids. I'm married to my wife, Yamati. We have 3 kids, a teenage girl who still lives at home with us. My mother and my stepfather taught me the value of hard work. From my mother working several jobs to provide for her family, to my stepfather who owned and worked in a small logging company that I was able to work in and earn money in the summers when I was a teenager. I was also involved in sports throughout my childhood and in college, which really uncovered a high degree of competitiveness for me, and understanding the appreciation for teamwork. And these are the early traits of hard work, competitiveness, and teamwork that really serves as a foundation for my career, and foundation really for my life. Upon receiving my undergraduate degree in urban planning, I immediately started working for a small but a full-service city in Eastern Washington as its planning director, which included the role of a building official, a Main Street coordinator, probably a couple other titles too, working for small cities, and then an interim city administrator for that same city under the mayor council form of government. A significant initiative that I led during that time was for the revitalization of its historic Main Street, utilizing the national Main Streets model. And after about 3.5 years, and in my mid-20s, I decided to move back to the west side of the state to become a city administrator full-time, and not just on the interim status, in another mayor council form of government city. It was called the City of Lake Stevens. Good opportunity to lead a larger community, and really brought a focus for me on aligning expenses with revenues. Developed a lot of organizational improvements for that city, policies, practices, and also worked on installing the largest aeration system in North America in a lake that the community surrounded. So after 6 years there, as their city administrator, I transitioned to the role of city manager. I'm a council manager form of government in this beautiful planned community that was incorporated in the 80s called the City of Mill Creek, formed around a private country club golf course, and then expanded later on with annexations to bring in a variety of housing types. I served Mill Creek for 10 years, led the development of the award-winning town center project. And as I think back to those days, some other notable achievements in Mill Creek included the development of a biennial budget system from an annual budget system, new personnel and compensation system, and then renegotiated several long-term service contracts with fire and library services, as well as providing really top-notch services that were the envy of many other jurisdictions around Mill Creek. My most recent city manager job is from service to the city of Bothell for almost 12 years. And I'm very proud of what that city council staff and community were able to accomplish during that 12-year period. Projects such as a creation of a physical sustainability plan, which is certainly very important in today's world, that included a number of strategies, prudent financial decisions, aligning our ongoing and one-time expenses with our ongoing and one-time revenues. Did a lot of business practice improvement, and then focused a lot on generating non-tax revenues in order to support city services. We found ways in Bothell to make significant infrastructure investments while also maintaining a high-quality services, even during the Great Recession, because of the city's crystal clear focus on what was important to the community. In fact, each city that I have managed had similar structural imbalances between its revenues and its expenses when I first started with them, and required, again, similar work and focus. In Bothell, infrastructure investments were prioritized and then funded based on their projected ability to stimulate private capital and tax revenue for city operations. When I arrived in Bothell, its capital improvement fund was just under $15 million. And by 2015, the city was able to grow its capital improvement fund to $150 million in public infrastructure investments in its downtown alone. And spending that kind of money on infrastructure at the same time, we were asking employees to pay more for their health insurance and to make other concessions required constant communication and engagement with employees to understand the city's goals. From my resume and bio on my company website, you know that I directed Washington State's largest publicly led downtown redevelopment revitalization. I purchased and assembled 25 acres of land and then sold back 17 of those acres for private mixed-use development in the heart of the historic downtown. Before I left the city in 2016, we had stimulated over $300 million in private investment in just a few years, and during the Great Recession. During this busy time at Bothell, I also went back to school to obtain my MBA during the evening and weekend hours, because I wanted to make sure that the emphasis that I was placing on public-private partnerships, I was equipped and I was ready to succeed. Over the last 4 years, I've devoted my time and commitment to creating a successful consulting business, helping cities, higher education, and then tribal governments to achieve their economic dreams. It's a work I'm very good at, and it's a work that I really enjoy, but I miss local government and the challenges of leading a city, leading a staff, and leading a community, and that's why I am here. I've watched many of your recent and past meetings, both before COVID and after COVID. I've read your master plan, I've read your strategic plan, I've read your downtown action plan, your CAFR, your budget, watched your 2019 State of the City address, which was very nice and very enthusiastic event, reviewed some of your past audits, and researched and explored your website. Mayor, you asked that I tell you whether or not I've ever been to Reno in the past, and it's been many, many years. It's probably, last time I was there was in my late 20s. My father, when he was alive, used to travel to Reno a lot and used to tell me about Reno, but I've only been to your downtown once. I've been to Lake Tahoe a couple times, but haven't made it into Reno more than that one opportunity. And certainly, as you know from my cover letter, the reason why I'm seeking your consideration is, one, I like what you're doing. I like what I've seen so far, just on a personal level, having nice summer days. We're having a great day here in Washington, but those are few and far between. And my wife and I would love to have a warmer climate, which initially caught our attention. But then when I started looking more at what Reno has on its plate and things that you're dreaming about, the more excited I got about the opportunity to become the Reno city manager. So, but I'll end my background and opening comments now by telling you that Reno is checking all the boxes for me professionally and personally. and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
All right. Well, fantastic. And you are right. We have about 320 days of sunshine.
Yes.
So you can't go wrong there. So you'll have to come and see what we've done with the place. I think you'll really like it.
Well, based on all the videos and images and what I've read, you've done some great things over the last several years. And I know it's been hard work coming out of the recession.
All right, so we're going to start off with beautiful Ward 1, and that would be Councilwoman Jenny Breckus. I'm going to hand it over to Jenny so she can ask you her question. Okay, go ahead. Take it away, Jenny.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Stowe, for your interest in participating today.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. As obviously, we're in very unusual, unprecedented times. But as someone with city management experience and who has looked into us and the issues we're facing, can you highlight an experience as a city manager from your past, roles where you had an issue that you needed to address, how you worked through it, with whom, was it successful or unsuccessful, and that might have some relevance to some of the issues you see that we're facing?
Okay. I mean, you're right. These are certainly unprecedented times, and I don't know that anybody has any good comparison to relate to what we're experiencing as a country, what our businesses, what our households are experiencing with the health crisis. But I will say that I'm no stranger to innovation and creative solution, from addressing structural imbalances between revenues and expenses for communities to helping communities develop and redevelop based on their visions and dreams. Those are some of the most difficult things to do, I believe, in the municipal sector, is to balance revenues and expenses during tough times, and even more so developing communities based on dreams that citizens and the councils have. And I would plan to use all those experiences and leverage that in addressing the issues that impact Reno today with the current COVID health crisis. And first and foremost, when things open up again, that is priority one, is how do we help our business community? How do we help our residential communities get back to some sense of normalcy, whatever that might look like 2 months from now, 3 months from now, into the future. And so again, I don't know if I have a good analysis or good comparison as to the things that I've done in my career that would compare similarly to the COVID issue. But I would draw upon all of my experiences in all of my communities and helping them all try to create a better structural balance between revenues and expenses, prioritizing their services, making sure that we're spending within our means, looking for cost containment whenever possible, and then engaging the community, which was the other point of your question. Who have you involved? Who you involve is everyone you can, in terms of the community activists, the local chamber of commerces, the neighborhood associations, individual citizens, the city council, the local universities. You have a great university in your city. I would certainly involve them as you move through any sort of set of solutions that you might have in dealing with your dreams of the community or dealing with the impacts associated with COVID.
Okay. All right. Now we are going to head right over to beautiful Ward 2. So I'm going to let you go ahead and take that away, Councilwoman Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Stowe, for being here. Awesome. I wanted to focus a little bit on the environment, climate change, and sustainability.
Okay.
We recently updated our master plan. We had about 7,000 residents participate, and what rose to the top was the focus on the outdoors and loving the sense of place, the environment we live in. And we have many items pending in front of us related to the environment. We have just opened up a new bathroom today to help improve water quality on the river. We have many new developments coming in that are moving out into more sensitive regions of our community. We have, we're updating our waste management franchise plan, so it's waste, composting, those kind of issues, and NV Energy and energy franchise plan update, and also one of my passions, a tree ordinance. And I just wondered, kind of tree-related questions. How do you interact with the environment? Do you take any steps in your daily life, you know, that would acknowledge that? Number two, what are your experience with any kind of sustainability or climate change policies, maybe in a place you worked before? And then related is moving to Reno, how would you ensure that the environment and sustainability are sort of meshed into the actions that we need to take? Is there something we need to do, ordinances we need to change? So first issue is about you personally, second about your personal experience maybe handling these issues, and the third is any advice for us.
Sure.
How would you handle it?
Well, I'm a native Washingtonian. The environment is a big part of people's lives here, and how you treat the environment is very important. And every community I've always been in environmental focus and developing consistent with the environment and what the land is allowing you to do has been extremely important. So I would bring sort of that set and mindset to the position as the Reno City Manager, understanding how important environment is to the quality of life, whether it's in Washington or whether it's in Nevada. Those things are very important. It's very important in creating that sense of place that people long for. And to eliminate sort of the environment or to build that's not something that's able to preserve what we love about our land and what we love about the community would be a total mistake. And so I bring that again as a focus and a mindset. In Bothell, early 2006, 2007, we were one of the first cities that adopted onto the climate change, the mayor's climate change resolutions and policies. We called it Bothell Cool. Also in that city, we had a lot of business park development where 25,000 employers every day were coming into the business parks, and so a lot of focus was on trying to improve the way they did business without affecting their bottom line in terms of the energy production and the energy cost of running those larger facilities. But everything that we did in the city was with a bent towards sustainability. Whether it's purchasing, electric cars, to making sure the facilities were operating in an energy efficient manner. So again, everything was sort of focused on that sort of environment and sustainability aspect. And so, I would bring all of those issues to Reno if I were selected as your city manager, and I don't think I would have any problem in quickly understanding and grasping what was the environmental concerns, environmental issues that are important to the Reno community.
Right. Do you actually interact with the environment at all yourself? Do you go outdoors or?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed that question totally. Definitely, yeah. Pre-COVID, it was a lot more in terms of interaction. Now I find myself mostly indoors, but we're big outdoors people. We love hiking, walking around the neighborhoods. Used to be an avid boater when we lived near a lake or on a lake, and so any sort of outdoor recreational activity that I can do, I'm usually doing. Just haven't done a lot of it in the last 6 months.
Sure. Thank you very much. I really appreciate getting a little insight into you. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Okay, now we are going to send it over to my good friend and council member, Oscar Delgado in Ward 3.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome, Mr. Stowe. Appreciate you applying with the City of Reno. Looked over your resume and very, very impressive. Thank you for all that experience. I wanted to bring that to the city. Jumping right into it, my question is, what is your experience with working with union groups and community stakeholders to ensure that the city is representative of the communities it serves? Every
community I've been a part of, every employee group they've all had collective bargaining agreements, as well as non-represented employees. And my management style is really one of empowerment and engaging the employees. And so my natural tendency is to always have discussions with employees, keep them informed, keep them updated, and then give them responsibilities to perform along with expectations of what needs to be completed. And so that's nothing that's uncommon for me. It's something that I've done since day one, working with municipalities. I also try to engage the community in every step along the way. From in Bothell, just as an example, we also had a university in our city, had a community college that shared a campus with a University of Washington Bothell, small campus, 10,000 population. But I met monthly with the college president, met monthly with the chancellor of University of Washington Bothell. And I did that so that we could build those relationships. We would work on projects together, how the campus could grow, how the city could advocate on behalf of the campus in terms of seeking legislative funding for buildings in higher education are very expensive, to how we could open up the campus more with the community through events and through just their curriculum. And so lots of examples about working with sort of regional stakeholders, whether it's from the higher education route to Chamber of Commerce's, to other sort of very focused community groups. So that's something that I would want to do similarly too if I were the Reno city manager.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, great job. Okay, good answer. All right, now we are going to head over to beautiful Ward 4. I'm going to send it over to you, and probably the sweetest person on our council, Councilwoman Weber. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Manager. So thank you for being here.
Oh, you're welcome.
We're so happy to have you and being a part of this process. My question is really about what do you think that your top priorities, maybe the top 3 priorities that you would plan to work on if you're selected as our manager? You know, you've probably checked out the city of Reno, and you've been working with us, looking at all the things that we've been doing, and we're in unprecedented times right now. What do you think that you would want to look at? You know, you're going to have all the things that come along with becoming the new manager, but what 3 priorities would you want to bring to the table, or is there something that you see that you might want to bring to the table?
Well, I think, first of all, given the time that we're in, is developing some very specific action strategies to aid Reno residents and businesses to manage and then recover from the health crisis. That would be key. We may need to have, and you likely are having discussions about prioritized spending. How do we rebalance? How do we reimagine Reno now in a post-COVID environment when we're allowed to get to that stage? And so that would be a key element, and likely that would have a significant focus. But beyond that, you know, my first actions or my first things that I would be doing in the initial period of time would be a lot of listening and touring of the city. You know, I do a lot of reading and researching on all the current issues. I'd meet with staff, I'd meet with labor leadership, I'd meet with the council to better understand your issues and your dreams and your objectives. I'd meet with all the regional governments and nonprofits and the neighborhood associations and business associations. And so the purpose of sort of that listening tour, if you will, would be to assess the organizational and community needs, its cultures, its norms, its strengths, its weaknesses and opportunities. And those early meetings, I think, would also be important in establishing a positive and a lasting relationship with the larger Reno community. Even before starting that, I would want to start reviewing, and I already have started reviewing some of your key strategy reports and studies, you know, regarding your infrastructure needs, regarding economic development, your budget and finance, your business plans, recent council actions, evaluate the city's financial condition. I was encouraged by your recent study session or council meeting a while back, where your estimates for between your revenues and your expenses was more favorable than what you had initially been presented with several months prior when the COVID crisis started, notwithstanding the lodging tax issues that were needed some assistance and are probably lower than what you'd anticipated. But certainly evaluating the city's financial condition and making immediate actions to correct any discovered items that would harm the city's ability to provide sustainable services. I'd also want to start conducting formal and informal meetings and presentations with employee groups that would describe my leadership and management style, my expectations, and engaging in a question and answer session for employees so they can learn as much about me to provide a sense of direction and commitment, trust, and really enthusiasm about the city. And of course, once we sort of went through all of those initial activities, I'd want to sit down and have a policy and leadership retreat with the council to establish and reaffirm the key policy issues that are important to you, important to the council, and really set the tone for teamwork, collaboration, and partnering as we govern Reno in the future.
Thanks so much. Best wishes to you.
All right. Good job. Good job. Okay. Now we're going to go over to beautiful Ward 5 and my good friend, Councilwoman Jordan. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stowe. Thank you very much for being with us and your interest in Reno.
You're welcome.
My question is, in recognizing that we're not just interviewing you, you're interviewing us as well. And you stated that you have reviewed council meetings, and I'm curious if in reviewing those council meetings, if there was anything that stood out to you or anything that you could identify as an area for improvement, and if so, what sort of processes or procedures would you implement to improve efficiencies and or outcomes?
That's a difficult but important question. Most of my review of council meetings has been in a post-COVID environment, and recognizing that your meetings are very lengthy. I'm sure that the Zoom platform has added to that. But I'm not sure that I have anything that I can provide to you today that's tangible that would improve your efficiency. One of the things I would do, however, as I mentioned, upon starting with the city, is to sit down with you in a legislative retreat, talk about the policies, and just talk about the protocols that you utilize to govern and how you get through your busy agenda. Maybe there are some ways that we can make your agenda more streamlined and more efficient at the same time, ensuring transparency is occurring within the public. And so I don't have any criticism, if you will, of the council. You're all genuine, I believe, in your interest and care and love for the Reno community. And if you have that, at least my experience has been, and I've worked with 75 different elected officials in my career, if you have those elements going into your elected office, we can find ways to be more efficient and productive based on sort of that set of traits that you all bring to the office.
Thank you very much.
All right. Great answers. Okay. Now I'm going to head over to Vice Mayor and Council Member at Large, representing the entire city, Councilman Devin Reese.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty on my end. Can you hear me, Mr. Stowe?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate your time. My question is a fairly straightforward one. Our staff has now been through 2 managers in the course of the pandemic. I think I'd like to know how you can make the changes you need to be able to make while also providing them with a sense of stability, understanding that we have both represented and unrepresented folks. Our police and fire departments have been chronically understaffed and dealing with shortages. Most of our departments have some staffing shortages. So I'd just like to know a little bit about your thoughts on providing that kind of stability.
Sure. Well, every municipality that I've led, I've been able to have success long term, and so I provided stability for each of those organizations that I've come into. Generally, after a manager had been terminated or had left suddenly, and so I was able to quickly be able to regain the trust and commitment from the staff. And I think that's really emblematic of my approach, my management and leadership style, as I mentioned. It does focus on teamwork and communication and employee empowerment. I believe I embody a style that invites employee participation in areas that traditionally have been thought of as management. And because my experience is that if team members have had real input into the decision process, especially one that directly affects them, they're going to support and carry out those objectives associated with that decision much more readily and successfully. And so I tend to empower employees and team members with the responsibility and that authority and accountability for a number of different actions. I see my role as a team leader and city manager is to provide as much support, advice, encouragement, inspiration, and resources to employees so they can be successful. It's also important to show that you care, and even more than showing care to your employees, because it's not just lip service, is that you have to actually carry that out with actions. And if you were to contact any of my employees that I've worked with in the past 30 years, I think they would tell you that I pushed them a lot, I asked a lot, but I always did so with actions of care and they weren't simply words.
All right. Okay, good job. Okay, I'm going to ask you the final question, and then after that, we're going to go to 5 minutes closing remarks. You're almost done, so hopefully you feel a sense of relief, Mr. Stowe. Okay, so today we are really seeing challenges like we've never seen before. We make some very highly controversial decisions, as you know, as a body, and I believe that transparency is key to building community trust. And oftentimes the media plays an important role in that aspect. What role do you think the city manager plays in working with our media and the response from the city manager's office?
Sure. I've always had great success building good, strong relationships with the media, not trying to hide anything from them, not trying to trick them, but to be open and honest with them about issues that the community is facing, about the successes that the community and the city have achieved, and really establishing from day one a good relationship with your local media outlets, your newspapers, and just having that good connection so that they feel comfortable and confident that when they have a question or have an issue, that they know they can contact the city manager's office, and the city manager or someone on his or her staff will be able to provide them information in a fashion that meets their timelines for their paper or for their news on television. But it's something that's I found success in my career of making sure that city manager's office didn't hide from media attention, but really was there providing as much information as we can out into the community and utilizing those media outlets.
All right, great response. Okay, with that being said, we're almost done. You've got 5 minutes. You can ask us any questions, or else you can sort of dive into maybe some of the things that you wanted to touch upon that you didn't quite get to in your opening remarks, or elaborate on any of your answers. So go right ahead, or you don't even have to take your 5 minutes if you don't want. So it's certainly up to you.
Well, Mayor, I do have lots of questions about your priorities, your ideas, your dreams, what you love about Reno, what needs to change in the near term, what we need to work on. But those are probably questions that are best reserved for a different time, because they really do require a lot of in-depth discussion. And I'd love to be able to just sit down with each and every one of you and have those types of discussions. So Let me just say, without going into that route, but just give you a few closing comments. And I want to start by just thanking you for the time that you've allowed me to share with you today. I have a passion and I have a commitment to local government service. I believe I have a lot to offer. I'm loyal to each city that I have served, and I know how to serve council. I know how to serve city staff, and I know how to serve the community. I mentioned in my cover letter and also in this interview that my last two cities I've served over 22 years and also served over 75 different elected officials in my career. And I think that demonstrates my commitment to the jurisdiction and loyalty to those jurisdictions that I have served. Throughout my career, I've also learned that regardless of the issue, you should never underestimate the power of a community's dream to motivate individuals and organizations to achieve greatness. We as government leaders, as you know, have the responsibility and the privilege to inspire the community that change is possible despite the odds, and that's no more important than it is today. It's hard work, and it requires local government leaders to make some courageous decisions and take some strategic actions that really may be uncommon for local government, but nonetheless necessary in order to achieve that community's dream, or in this specific case, be able to respond to the health crisis that we're all facing in this community. I'm not a manager that simply manages the status quo, and always want to advance the organization, yet also have the energy and the ability to stay with organizations long term. Redevelopment has allowed me to advance something that I consider to be the most difficult in the municipal sector, and that's requiring the formation of public-private partnerships, physical discipline, and creativity, and support for the community, and ability to really navigate the public political process during those difficult moments. I've always been able to communicate and establish great relationships with segments, various segments of the community and individuals across every city that I've worked in. I look back in my career and I've learned a lot working together with each of those councils, and I believe that we've achieved some amazing initiatives and projects, and left behind a better community to raise a family, to do business, and to make investments, and really just to visit. So without question, I believe the cities that I've managed and have led, they're in a better place. And I want to leverage all that I've gained over the last 33 years serving cities and being a part of taking Reno to the next and highest level. I want one more stop at a city, one more chance to lead another city to greatness. Reno may be my last stop, but it certainly won't be a rest stop if I am your city manager. As I look forward to developing and accomplishing with you Reno's big ideas and big dreams. And so I want to thank you once again for your time, and I wish you all the very best and hope that you all stay safe.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I think you did a fantastic job, and we really appreciate it. So hopefully we will see you soon in Reno.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Goodbye.
Madam Mayor, at this time, council will note that the time is 4:43. Your next interview is scheduled to begin at 5 o'clock. I would recommend that council take a 15-minute recess at this time and reconvene at about 1 minute beforehand so we can get to your third and final interview of the day.
Okay, sounds good. I will see you guys back here in 15 minutes. Thanks so much. Bye.
Madam Mayor, sorry earlier I took a phone call because my child is sick and we're trying to figure out what, like urgent care is open. So sorry about that. Everything's okay. You're on mute.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm sorry about that. Hard to have sick kiddos.
I know, I'm like, oh, the worst day for it.
All right, Madam Mayor.
All right. Oh,
Hi.
hi. Okay, I think we're all here. Madam Clerk, are you there?
Madam Mayor, can you hear us on our end?
I can.
Okay,
Can you hear
perfect.
me?
Yes, we can hear you. And just for the record, you do have all of your council present, so we will call your meeting back to order. At this time, Madam Mayor, we will move over your last interviewee today. Doug Thornley will be now promoted to a panelist.
Okay, great. Bring him on in.
And he is unmuted on our end.
Hi, Mr.
Hi,
Thornley.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful,
Okay.
thank you.
So you're our last candidate of the evening. So I'll just give you a little rundown of what the process is going to be. We're going to allow you to have 10 minutes for opening remarks and comments and anything you want to tell us about yourself, sort of a get to know you. And one of the questions we've been asking all the candidates is if you've ever been to Reno. And seeing that you are the only local candidate, I would have to say that you don't have to answer that question. So with that being said, so we will give you 10 minutes and then we will go into questions from council members. Each council member will ask you a question. And then we will go into 5 minutes of closing remarks, anything you want to add that you didn't get in to add from any of our questions or any questions you might want to ask of the council, things like that. So, and you don't have to take any of that time if you don't want it. So don't feel compelled to do so if there's nothing you would like to add. Okay, so at this time, I am going to let you take the floor with 10 minutes. So go right ahead.
Well, thanks so much. We've all met in one way, shape, or form, and so I think you all know what I've done, but I don't know if you know who I am, and so rather than answer the question, have I been to Reno, why don't I tell you how I got to Reno? In December 2006, I just finished law school, and a woman who I begged and cajoled and outright bribed to marry me, and she ultimately agreed, said, why don't we go out there, we can enjoy the outdoors, we can ski and we can camp, and we can figure out what we're gonna do with our lives. And so we did that. We came out and I got a job in Sparks and I was working in the city attorney's office. And along the way, we built this incredible life and we built an incredible family and we were welcomed by the community and we have been provided every opportunity that we could have ever hoped for at every turn. And the reason I'm here today is because I'd like to be part of a team that builds a foundation of opportunity for everyone who chooses to call Reno home. So I have 11 years experience in the public sector, most of that in Sparks, of course, in the city attorney's office, handling civil litigation and land use planning matters and advising department heads and wayward city managers and wayward elected officials on how to get to where they wanted to be. I took a break. I spent 2 years with large law firms working on mostly development related issues here in Reno and in Las Vegas and up at the lake. And I'm now the assistant city manager for internal services in Sparks, where I handle human resources and collective bargaining and government affairs, and basically serve as a hub for every department head to come to for advice on how to pitch an idea or how to talk to the city manager or how to convince the city council to go along with what they have planned for their department. I haven't been a city manager. And I wasn't really looking to be a city manager when this opportunity presented itself. But I have skin in the game here. I live here and I don't plan to leave. And if given the opportunity to contribute to the team, I think that I can do more good for more people in this position than I can in Sparks. And that is my underlying interest in applying for this job and competing for this job. I think that my local reputation is solid. I think that relationships I've built here in the region will be important to navigating the challenges that are ahead for us. And I can hit the ground running in that regard. I think we need to restore a collaborative approach to regional problem solving. That's homeless, it's sewer, it's transportation. The city of Reno needs to realize that it might be the biggest, but it's not alone. Dealing with UNR and how UNR is going to integrate into the downtown corridor, P3s, the Downtown Reno Partnership, and the great work that they're doing downtown to make that a place that people visit and choose to recreate in, and where businesses choose to locate. I think that those are all incredibly important programs to keep moving in the direction they're headed. In terms of economic development, I think we need to continue to target advanced manufacturing and logistics companies and green energy where the opportunity presents itself. We need to take on housing with our regional partners, sort of hand in hand with homelessness, but that of course isn't always the issue in front of the council, right? I mean, I think we have all manner of development projects in every jurisdiction that are contentious, and they don't always show up in a way where you guys are provided with the information that you need to make a solid decision. But they keep coming because of the unique revenue system that we have in Nevada, right? We either grow or we sort of wither. And as long as that is the case, these projects are going to continue to show up. And so we need to make responsible decisions. We need to focus on the core where infrastructure is more easily delivered, and where transportation, we can focus on public transportation instead of having people driving in from hither, dither, and yon to go to work. The diverse interests that give Reno its distinctly gritty Reno vibe, I think, are important to keep in front of the council and top of mind when we make decisions, because we see the benefit to the diversified economy that we've focused on for so long, in that we are faring through this pandemic event much better than Southern Nevada. You know, I think it's difficult to sort of postulate how you would exactly get started, and you know, the traditional measure is that first 100 days. I don't know that it holds much value in terms of really getting things done at a municipal level, but in terms of big picture stuff, the last quarter of this year I think is going to be difficult for whomever you choose. We got to get the CARES Act stuff out the door and finished up. You're starting another budget cycle. The legislature is going to convene its general session in February, and while the building blocks are there, and I know 3 weeks ago you met on all these issues, there's a lot of work yet to be done, and we're still sort of in the middle of everybody working remotely and nobody being together, and that makes it more difficult, and Zoom exhaustion is a real thing. I think on a more minute scale, the real task for the person here is to figure out how you learn the language and the culture and the pace of the organization with everybody being so widely dispersed. It's not a task for simply walking around anymore, and that makes it considerably more difficult. So there are certainly some wings of the city where in-person meetups are still possible. Both police and fire and the public works folks are at work all the time, and they're working hard for the community. But in the name of safety, of course, most of the office staff is more widely distributed, and it is much more difficult, I believe, to make a connection over Zoom or Teams or whatever electronic platform might be the preference of the day. And so that will be, I think, extremely difficult in that first quarter. The budget, of course, will continue to be a problem. I believe Councilman Reese said it best, where we've survived 2020. But as soon as the government stops artificially propping up these budgets by spending money, we'll sort of be out of the frying pan and into the fire. And so I think we do need to get started with the incomparable Debbie Lochner as soon as possible. I know she's identified a wide array of options in terms of flexibility for the next fiscal year. But putting those up against the existing strategic plan, figuring out how to best deploy those will be an important task in that first quarter. I also think it's incredibly important to remember that government is sort of a team sport, and the workforce needs to reflect the community and the values of the community. And so talking to existing employees, talking to department heads, figuring out where we can eliminate bias if it exists, and create opportunities so that everybody has the ability to contribute and feel included is also incredibly important. And so as we transition from this pandemic response into active recovery, I think that there are a couple of little steps that we can take to make it a more diverse and inclusive body as a whole. So I'm incredibly excited to be part of the conversation on what the next steps for the city look like, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have.
All right, fantastic. Nice job. Okay, so first we're going to dive right in. We're going to head on over to Ward 1, and that is Councilwoman Breckus. She is going to ask you her first question. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Thornley, for participating today. It's good to hear you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, my first question, or my only question, we're going to just have one question here, and you kind of touched on it in your introductory comments, is you weren't really looking to be a city manager. And, you know, it seems maybe 18, 20 months ago, you weren't even in city service. You were in private law, having worked for one city and then gone back to the next city. But my question is, I understand that you, since maybe May, before our recruitment was open and before our former city manager left, either approached or approached some of our colleagues on the council about this opportunity and had conversations with them. And I'd like to know who you've talked to about this before we had our recruitment open.
Of course. So when I learned that Ms. Newby was leaving the city, I was approached by a number of people in the community who said, would you be interested in doing this job? And at first I said, you know, I'm not certain. I think that's a tremendously big job. I'm just getting my feet under me, and I'm feeling comfortable where I'm at in Sparks. And, you know, I'm just not sure. But as I thought about it and I considered sort of what I had to say here, that I do have skin in the game. I have kids who go to school here, and we live here, and we've chosen to live here in Reno. That if there was an opportunity for me to make a difference for people who similarly choose to be in Reno or were born in Reno and are electing to stay and make their lives here, that I shouldn't be so quick to dismiss that opportunity. And so I reached out to the mayor, and I reached out to Councilman Reese. I reached out to Councilwoman Doer and Councilman Delgado, and I tried to pick their brain on what does a successful candidate look like to you, and you know what sorts of things do you believe you know a person would need to be successful working for an organization that I think candidly appears very difficult to work for from the outside, and so I had a handful of conversations with that group. I think that their insights were informative, and you know, I after talking to them a number of times, I believe Councilwoman Doer once and Councilman Delgado really only once, that on reflection and talking it over with my family, I decided that, you know, I would try this, and I do think that I could make a difference for the community.
Thank you for your response.
All right, we're going to head over to Ward 2. Councilwoman Doer.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Doug. Really looking forward to our interview here today. The city, I'm sure you know, recently undertook an entire new master plan to reimagine Reno. And after getting input from like 7,000 residents, outdoors and the environment, since the neighborhood came in really as the leading indicators. And we also adopted a climate action and sustainability plan recently. in the last year. And we have a lot of items on our upcoming agendas. Everything, today we opened a bathroom on the Truckee River to help prevent waste going in the river. We are working on a waste management franchise update to the agreement, MB Energy franchise, a tree ordinance. And so what I'm really interested in today is, what is your personal take on the environment? Do you interact with the environment? You mentioned in your opening comments a few sports that you like. I just wondered, do you integrate that in any way in your life? Number two, do you have any experience with any kind of climate change policies or input to those issues? And then number three, if you were to be hired here, is there anything you could advise us that we could do better on actually implementing the environment and sustainability in each of our city actions, whether it's an ordinance, whether it's a project, special project, that kind of thing? So you personally, and then any experience with policies, and then any advice for us.
Absolutely. Like I said, and you acknowledged, when I made the decision with my now wife to move to Reno, one of the primary drivers was the outdoor recreation opportunities, and we continue that to this day. I mean, I think, you know, when we get home on Sunday evening or wake up on Monday morning, we're a little bit more sore than we used to be. But other than that, we continue to take advantage of the outdoors at every opportunity. In terms of my experience with environmental policy, I think you'll recall that I did, in fact, work on the benchmarking ordinance that was recently passed by the city on behalf of NAIOP. And this was one example where the local NAIOP chapter actually did end up supporting the benchmarking ordinance instead of just fighting it tooth and nail. And one of the reasons why the local chapter was able to do that was because of the outreach process and the willingness to work together. I think that in terms of implementation of whether regulations or special projects, it's important to keep in mind that it's not something that we do to the community, it's something that we do with the community. And so garnering that buy-in is incredibly important to making it a successful program. I think in terms of the sustainability and climate change action plan, one of the things that I've noticed is that it maybe doesn't have the budgetary support that it needs to really be successful. And I think that that's true kind of across the board for every council member's particular proclivities, right? I mean, when you go through the budget process, there's always going to be more dogs than bones, as it were. And so part of the process is figuring out, you know, what can everybody live with, and what do we need to prioritize as a group. And so in terms of sustainability, you know, we do need to prioritize a conversion to green energy. We do need to prioritize transportation policies that make sense and stop contributing to the rising greenhouse gases, right? So the benchmarking ordinance for commercial buildings was a great place to start because commercial buildings make up so much of the power draw in Reno, but transportation is next.
All right.
And okay.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just meant,
okay.
I got it, and I totally understand it, and I really appreciate it, what you just said. Thank you.
All right. Sure.
Right. Okay. We're going to head over to my good friend, Councilman Delgado, over in Ward 3. Go ahead, Councilman, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good to see you, Doug. Thanks for reaching out and wanting to learn more about the city and ultimately making the tough decision with your family to apply. Congratulations on making it to the top 3. I wish you luck on the rest of it. But jumping right in with respect to my question is, what is your experience with working with union groups and community stakeholders to ensure that the city is representative of the communities that it serves?
Well, I think starting at the beginning, like I said, I'm the assistant city manager for internal services, and so collective bargaining and labor relations are my bailiwick over there in Sparks. But your question on diversity, I think, is the more important one. And you know, there's no silver bullet or single solution, right? They all sort of have to be custom formed to the organization as it exists and as we hope it exists. And so we've got a real opportunity in Reno in terms of reshaping human resources and moving forward in that arena. But we know that the benefits of a diverse and inclusive organization, they're well documented, right? They function better, they make better decisions. And so I think we have to start by collecting and analyzing data. We need to understand what we look like in terms of comparative organizations and the community at large. I think we need to be able to track what looks like progress and what looks like roadblocks to that progress. I actually think one of the things that we can do to make sure that people feel seen and heard is we can establish alternative complaint systems. So I know that the Reno TIP system exists, but half of discrimination and harassment complaints lead to retaliation in some form, generally speaking. And so that, of course, leads to career challenges. It, of course, leads to mental health problems. And so we need to have a vehicle by which our employees can go and seek support that they don't shy away from because of the perceived end result. And so I think, EAP's work in that regard, ombudsman, transformative dispute resolution is a way that we can talk about, making sure that people in all corners of the organization feel seen and heard. And frankly, I think that we have lawyers and human resources professionals to manage the risk of those claims, and we need to do a better job as managers as seeing those as insights for how we can improve the organization rather than threats that need to be dealt with. And so, as a starting point and as easy wins on that, I think we can examine policies and practices for implicit bias. We need to particularly pay attention to those issues in hiring and evaluation processes. And then we need to provide visibility and opportunities for all people in the organization to get out in front of the electeds, to get out in front of the public, and to be seen so that they can generate that experience and move up through the organization. We can talk to the school district, we can talk to the university, we can talk to the business stakeholders and the community stakeholders. I think until we're blue in the face, and of course that input is important, but until we actually start providing those opportunities, I don't think we'll see the results we're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to head over to our sweetest council member. Am I making you blush, Bonnie? All right, Councilwoman Weber, go right ahead. Ward 4.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Yes, it does make me blush. Mr. Thornley, this is my first opportunity with really speaking with you on one-on-one. So I've been in meetings with you, but I don't know that we've ever had an introduction or what have you. So I really appreciate your comments, your resume, and I also appreciate the fact that you are in the top 3. So I'm glad to see you here. My question, I think you've already answered, but I want to give you another opportunity since I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked the others. So what are your top 3 priorities should you be selected that you plan to work on like within the first 90 days? I mean, there's a lot of priorities, and I think you've already suggested what you would want to work on, but you know what's happening here in the city of Reno more than the other candidates, I believe. But that's only if you live here. So the other candidates are doing their homework as well, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Of course. Like I said, I think that integrating into the organization and building trust with the employees who make the machine run is incredibly important, and I think that needs to be a priority for anyone in that first 90-day period. I also think that some more transparency at the police department is incredibly important in that first 90 days. I think there's some easy things that we can do there in terms of getting statistics and getting demographics up on the website. And I think we can start the process of a review of the general orders and the standard operating procedures. I do think that the police in this region are sort of in an impossibly difficult position. I think it's a conversation that is, of course, going around the country, but it's one that we need to have. And the first step in that process, I believe, is understanding the place from which we start. And so I think that those things are incredibly important to form the foundation of that conversation. In terms of a third thing, I think, sort of figuring out where we stand in terms of the budget and what the finance wizards see out on the horizon for the next fiscal year and the one after that, so that we can start the process of making difficult decisions as to what the organization is going to look like in a year or 2 or 3 down the road, and then making sure that we've got sort of a comprehensive way to explain that clearly and quickly to all employees, not just those who might be affected by it. And so, making those decisions, communicating those decisions to employees, and making sure that everybody understands the journey that we're about to take together is important to generating buy-in and creating that accountability and trust that will make the organization work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, heading over to our HR expert in beautiful Ward 5 is Councilwoman Naomi Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ward 5 is beautiful, just not that I'm biased or anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Thornley. Thank you very much for being here today. And I appreciate your interest in the city, and your efforts to learn more is a plus. I think it shows that you really want this job with this city. So I applaud you for all things, anything you've done to try to learn more about this council and our city and our priorities. So, I'm assuming you have probably spent some time watching council meetings, and if so, was there anything that stands out to you that you can identify as potential areas of improvement? And if so, what processes or procedures would you implement to improve efficiencies and outcomes?
I don't think it's a secret that the Reno City Council meetings are extremely long, and so I think there could be a lot of reasons why that is the case, and certainly it is not always unwarranted. But they could probably stand to have more on the consent agenda. Having the manager take care of more of the issues that show up at council is probably a discussion that's worth having. I think in terms of the manager's role at those meetings, it might be fruitful in certain instances to have the manager help find consensus and build consensus among the council members, rather than sit and let you hash it out. Although certainly that is the council's role, right? The council sets the policy and the manager implements. Sometimes it might just help to have another voice there to keep the event moving in a productive direction. I think reviewing the community development processes to make sure that those applications don't stack up on one agenda is worth taking a look at. I mean, if you have a 12-hour meeting and a 4-hour meeting, it might be easier on everybody to have 2 8-hour meetings and then shoot for 5 or 6 hours as more procedures and policies get put in place. And then finally, I do think that this council, more than any other body in the region, really does get down into the nitty-gritty details of an agenda item. And I actually think that you're to be commended for that. It shows that you're paying attention, it shows that you care, and it shows that no detail is too small to escape your attention, because you're doing the work for the community. That said, it does sometimes appear as though you haven't been given enough lead time to consider the item. And so I think, obviously I don't know because I haven't been part of one of the briefings that you all do, but starting to talk about important and potentially contentious agenda items months or weeks in advance, rather than what appears to be maybe not enough time to really think through an issue and then have to do it sort of on the fly. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to the applicant. And so I think that those are some things that we could take a look at to see how or if they affect the meeting length.
Thank you.
All right, great. Okay, sending it over to Vice Mayor, Council Member at Large. Go ahead, Devin Reese.
Thanks, Mr. Thornley. I appreciate your candor today. We're both lawyers, so there is something that we share, but we don't know each other well. I want to understand a little bit about our staff. I view them as our most valuable resource as a city. And I think any good community really survives because of the good work of staff. And they've been through 2 city managers during a global pandemic. And I guess what I want to understand is how you go about making the changes which you believe are necessary and positive, while also, providing and signaling stability to them. They are oftentimes career employees. We have folks who join when they're 18 in the Parks Department and they retire, many, many years later. And so it's a privilege to work with them and on behalf of the citizens. I just would like your thoughts on this important topic. Obviously, too, you've addressed some of the labor issues, but we have some chronically understaffed departments, both in the police and fire world, but even our HR department is intolerably small. So just maybe address some of those issues if you would, please.
Of course. Well, I believe I alluded to it before, but I think that anybody coming through the door for this job is going to embark on a listening tour, right? You're gonna have to go and talk to the employees who are there and the department heads and all of you to figure out what's working and what maybe could stand some tweaking, which I think, of course, is true for any organization. We can all do things better. We just need to have the honest discussion about maybe where we're falling down. In general, I think I'm a relatively approachable person, and I think having that open door to make sure that everybody feels seen and heard with their concerns is very important. And I think that that's true because confident employees come from they come from clarity of mission and consistency in expectations. And so a team that knows where we're going, Councilman, and understands the path we're taking to get there, I think really could be a force. And like you said, Jamie in Parks and Rec, starting her career, dedicating a working life to the organization, that's incredible, right? That's incredible. And Arlo and Angela in community development have really made some headway with the development community and applicants in the community. So I think there really are some wonderful and valuable employees there at the city, and they all have important insight as to what's working for them and what's not. I also think it's really important that we don't ignore the stress that's brought on people by this pandemic event. Whether it's at home, whether it's at work. I don't know that it's just cabin fever or general malaise. I think that people are struggling in their everyday lives, and I think that we need to support them, and we need to find ways to support them, particularly as we sort of go through the experiment of what school looks like in the fall. People aren't just going to be able to return, and so we need to support them and let them know that there are, in fact, more important things than work, as much as we might not believe it in a particular moment. And so I really think it's building that consensus, talking to people, and charting a course together will provide that stability of which you speak. In terms of the chronically understaffed departments, I think that you can see that for sure. It may not be the most popular example at the moment, but you can see that in the police department. They're understaffed, and that leads to mental health problems, and that leads to stress, and that is an issue that we need to deal with. One of the things that I've been sort of beating the drum about in Sparks is how we can get a certified counselor on staff or sort of on retainer, so that we can send police officers over and make sure that we're getting these issues dealt with in a timely and effective manner. I think certainly, in terms of human resources, I believe Reno's human resources department is smaller than Sparks, and I can tell you that Sparks is not large enough, and so by deduction, the city of Reno needs some help in human resources, and so that's one of the things that we'll take a look at, because it really does contribute to the attitude and the general feeling within the organization when people feel taken care of and looked after.
All right. Okay. Great. Good job. Well, you've made it certainly more than halfway through, so that's a good thing. Anyway, okay, it's my question, and also just to clarify, I don't believe we have ever met in person, and I'm sorry if we have, and I don't remember, but I don't know you well. I did reach out to you during the Mikhail Lee case that was, highly publicized. I was sent to you during that time, but and I would just say I thank you so much for your interest and reaching out to for to become our next city manager. I really do appreciate that. It does show me your motivation, and also maybe Councilwoman Breckus might have more insight to who you are since her husband works at the city of Sparks with you. So anyway, also I wanted to just ask you, today we have so many challenges, now more than ever, obviously with the pandemic and looking at police reform and things like that. And I love that you touched on mental health. It's certainly something that is incredibly important to me. I think it's gone on far too long and unnoticed. So I'm really glad you touched on that. But I also want to say that, a lot of times we make very highly controversial decisions sometimes. And I believe transparency is key to building a community's trust. And oftentimes that the media plays a critical role in building trust in our community. So I would like to know, what role do you think the city manager plays in working with our media partners, and what kind of style do you have when in responses when it comes to what role the city manager plays with the media?
Sure, I think that's a bit of a high wire act, right? Because there are obvious wins where you want the elected officials out in front, and you want them to be able to go out and look at the public and explain to them how it is that they're doing the public's work. And there are more difficult or day-to-day things that the council can't possibly keep track of. And so while there are, of course, certain instances where no comment is the only appropriate response, I think that when that's not the case, striving to be transparent with the media and the public is of the utmost importance. The media is not the enemy, right? They really are sort of a primary point for telling our story. They're the primary communicator to the public, and the comms folks and the people who make content for the internet, they do an incredible job. But ultimately, a lot of that is to get the media to pick it up and run with it. And so, I think that the day-to-day challenges are getting those calls returned as quickly as possible. It's not always that instance, but within a couple hours, and certainly before it goes to print. So one of the things that I try to do is when I get one, particularly via email, is I will respond and say, I will get back to you. I need to know when your story is going or when you need an answer by, and I will do my very, very best to respond in that time.
All right, great. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, so moving on, you get 5 minutes, Mr. Thornley, to give us a little bit of, background or anything you'd like to add that you didn't get to mention in this interview, or if you have any questions for us, we're happy to try and answer those. So go ahead.
I think really short and sweet. I appreciate you all making time for me this evening. I know it's a long day for everybody, and nobody wants to stay longer than they need to. And so I appreciate you guys making time for me at the end of the workday rather than the middle. I look forward to working with all of you, whether for you or in the region, as we take on the tremendous opportunities and significant challenges that lie ahead of all of us. So thank you again for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Thornley. Take care, and I'm sure we will see you around, because it's a small town, and we also look forward to working with you in any capacity. So thanks. All right. That being said, Madam Clerk, I'm going to go back to you.
Madam Mayor, at this time, council has now finished all of their interviews as was predetermined. At this time, Madam Mayor, the next step would be for council to come back for a brief debrief, discussion, and deliberation. I don't know if you would like to take a few minutes break between now and then have council come back at 6 o'clock.
Let me ask, what does the council want to do?
I say we go for it.
Okay.
Other
Yeah,
than, if we have to get up for a stretch or restroom or something, we'll just do it individually, I guess.
Okay, sounds good. So let's go back to the floor. Let's open it up for discussion. Who would like to go first? Is there anyone that would like to add? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess my question would be of the recruiter of these three individuals, and I know they did, could they explain to me kind of the background check, what all that entailed, and then again, summarizing, and I understand this was in materials, but for the public who may be watching, kind of what you found.
Sure. So in terms of media checks, a couple of candidates did have some findings. Our firm uses a private investigative firm out of Los Angeles that does these media checks for us. And so to quickly summarize for the council and the public, let me start with, let's see, Mr. Stowe here. So Mr. Stowe relayed to me, and both candidates actually were very forthright and in telling me about these things. Mr. Stowe mentioned that he and his wife had a domestic dispute, an oral argument, and which resulted in an arrest, but his name was cleared. He said that both he and his wife would, be happy to speak with council members individually if they had any concerns about that. So that is something that did make the paper.
Wait.
Additionally,
Did you say he was arrested?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Arrested but not charged. And then additionally, regarding his separation with the city of Bothell, Bob was there for quite a long time, had a very good tenure, but essentially to summarize it, it sounded like the previous council was more pro-growth, and then a significant change in leadership occurred, and the new council was more of a no-growth platform. And while Bob was actually on vacation out of the country, they terminated his employment agreement, and everything went according to as it should have per the agreement, into an amicable separation as much as one could expect. But obviously that was a surprise to him, and in that packet you can see there were a good deal of citizen letters of opinion and a lot of support for him as well. It seemed to be a surprise to the community too. So that's what we found on Mr. Stowe and what he relayed to us as well.
Can you just
go ahead?
Can you just repeat that? I'm having like a technical difficulty and you're in delay. So go ahead, Josh. What was the last question?
So to summarize, the last bit for Bob was his separation from the city of Bothell, Washington. Essentially, a significant change in leadership occurred on the city council from a pro-growth to a no-growth platform, and the council seemed to want to distance themselves from the previous council and terminated Bob's contract.
Okay. Did you add anything else after that?
I don't believe so. It really just his termination from Bothell and then the dispute.
So nothing on Mr. Thornley?
Nothing on Mr. Thornley. And then I can cover Ms. Danton now.
Okay, I didn't see, did you provide that in this packet? Because I don't see anything in there, Josh.
Yeah, it begins on PDF page 28 after the resumes.
Oh, I didn't see that. No. And then I don't have anything on Doug Thornley either.
Right. We didn't have any media findings on Doug Thornley.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, Josh.
Okay, so to summarize what we found for Ms. Stanton. So, Ms. Stanton, had extensive media coverage on her 2009 gender transition, which, attracted just a lot of coverage that, was unfortunate. As she described it, there was a lot that was presented as facts that were, blatantly false stories. And as we all know, with the internet these days, it can be very difficult to correct those sorts of things. Essentially, this resulted in her termination from the city of Largo, where she had been the city manager for a very long time, really a fantastic tenure there. That resulted in a lengthy, transition period where she was seeking additional employment after Largo, and she was able to find that with Lake Worth. And as she told us today, she went through a very difficult time with the municipal budget and considering bankruptcy. And I understand firsthand that those can relate or turn into some very difficult decisions that are unpopular, but ultimately necessary and needed. And so ultimately, though, maybe somewhat similar to Bob, a change in council leadership occurred, and they ultimately terminated her contract there. And then Ms. Stanton ended up in Greenfield, California for about 4 years. Ultimately, as again happens in city government, she eventually left. There seemed to be a lot of council turnover there as well. She enrolled in the seminary where she's been, and she did have a short stint with Santa Clara Water District. She relayed that there were some procurement and financial practices there that she just really could not agree with or get behind, and due to that philosophical difference, ultimately resigned from that position as well. So those are the media findings that we had for Ms. Stanton.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. First of all, Josh, I want to say I think you did a very good job. I was actually really impressed with all three candidates. And I loved that Ms. Stanton was very, very genuine and authentic. And I'm really glad that she was chosen in our pool of candidates. So I do think you did a really good job. I'm sure it's incredibly challenging in these times to, recruit like this, because typically we get to meet people in person and you just get a better feel, one-on-one when you're standing in front of someone and you get to interact with them. And so unfortunately, this feels very impersonal, and it can be much more difficult, but I also don't want to ever put anyone at risk too. So I want to say thank you so much, Josh. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Questions from council members. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
I just want to say to Mr. Jones as well that, this is my first time going through this process. I've obviously hired and been a part of hirings of executives before, but seeing it from this perspective was a bit different. And I think your firm did an admirable job of working hard to attract good candidates by the material that went out to first get them to look at us. Reno is a really incredible place. I've obviously lived here my whole life. It is my home. It's easy for me to see all that it has and it offers, and how beautiful a place it is and how gracious its people. It's not always easy to convey that to people in a job posting, and for the hard work that you put in, I think we got an excellent pool of people. Many of the people that I thought would make good candidates did not make the final three, but I still believe that the effort that went into growing the pool and then making the pool go from, the 60 or so, or maybe it was a little less than that, to down to 3, was good. And I just want to commend you for the hard work that you put in. It's not been, I'm sure, easy given the pandemic, and I'm sure that changes the nature of your business universe as well. But at the end of the day, you know, this is a great place for people to come and work, and so I'll be interested in my colleagues' thoughts on it. But I do think that you are deserving a lot of kudos for the effort that was put in, and I appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I guess.
Oh, I was offering.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't see it. Go ahead.
I was gonna, I mean, everybody said everything about the process. We got a strong pool, I think. I thought I'd summarize just sort of my gut feelings, if that's what you're looking for. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, what I was thinking, because on the agenda, it says we can take action. So I would like to move forward if council is good with that. I think probably going through a roll call vote. And if you want to sort of decide, you know, it's never, this is so foreign being over this kind of platform. So it's just interesting. But
Madam Mayor, before we do a roll call vote, I'm really interested in hearing from my colleagues, because I think we had 3 great candidates, and I just thought I'd say some of their strengths that I saw each brought to the table.
Go right ahead. Want to do that? Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's what I was hoping for everyone's feedback and questions. So go ahead.
So, starting with Ms. Stanton, I was really impressed with her sense of empathy, her experience as a city manager, her understanding of how councils work, and that's something we've struggled with sometimes. Just, you know, we're a bunch of type A personalities, and we all need special handling, and I think that she had a lot of people skills. I think that really stood out for me. For Mr. Stowe, I think that he was very also experienced manager, and you know, he seemed like a very steady hand in terms of been through a lot of ups and downs with lots of cities and experienced the kind of things that we experience here too. You know, I thought he did particularly well on a question I asked him about, you know, about the environment, because I think he got it. And I think he did really well with other people's questions as well. So that was just my take, but I don't know. And then for Mr. Thornley, I was particularly impressed with the fact that he has a local knowledge. He knows personalities. So much of learning an organization is the people that inhabit that organization, starting with us, right? And so us, our personalities, our goals. And the short time I spent talking to him months and months ago, I just said, you know, I thought back over the last 6 years and said, all of my colleagues have such good initiatives, you know, such good ideas on how to move the world forward. And I think that we could use some ability to bring answers around those issues. Let's say Councilwoman Darden takes on a homeless issue. She needs support from the staff and from the manager's office, you know, and I think that we've all struggled with that on initiatives that we've chosen. And I think that what I heard from him in this interview was, first of all, I was really impressed with his answer that he gave to my particular question about that NAIOP benchmarking and ordinances, and that means that he knows how to deal with the various publics and actually get something done, move something from beginning to end through a process, and he might be able to really coach our staff on that. And he also mentioned lack of budgetary support, and I'm picking on you, Councilwoman Jordan, but you know, we need to put our money where our mouth is, and I think he reflected that by answering that question in terms of you can't get stuff done. Money makes the world go round, and so if you don't have the money to the issue, you're not really going to make a lot of progress. So I thought they all did really well in very different capacities. And before I make my final decision or commentary, I just wanted to hear from others.
All right, great comments. Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. All right, anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor? Why don't you tell us your thoughts? You're, first among equals. So it would be helpful to me to hear from you first.
I really try hard to go last out of kind of trying to respect you guys. I always feel like I should always go last, but I certainly don't mind. So sometimes when you feel like I might be asking you or call on you, I think that is an important characteristic of, sitting in this position. So if when I call on you, I just want you to know I try really hard, and sometimes I don't do a great job at it, and I'll just kind of speak out of turn or jump in out of impulse. So I appreciate you asking. So, but that's why I typically try not to, and sometimes I might get passionate, and then I do, and I do think you should listen first and then speak later, because that's a really hard thing to learn. So anyway, I really liked Mrs. Stanton, I got to tell you, I was really impressed. I think she has obviously an incredible resume. She's done tremendous things, has a lot of experience. I love the fact that she was so compassionate. She was very authentic. Like, when she talked about being homeless and just all the things that, I bet it has been difficult, just being so honest and upfront. And I can't imagine what that's like when you do something so public. As you guys all know, we all have these incredible public jobs that they don't really allow us. People don't look at us as human. I don't think they look at us as that we're allowed to make mistakes or, sometimes our choices are looked down upon, and it shouldn't be like that. So I was really, really impressed by her. So, and I certainly think she has an incredible background in government. And then I liked Mr. Stowe a lot. I thought he obviously was very competent and capable. I kind of sensed, I would say this, that he really is probably a great at economic development, and maybe a good economic development, I guess, manager. It sounds like he likes to do private and public partnerships, and I just see his strength in economic development. And I think that this council works really hard on trying to have some balance there, because not all growth is good growth, right? And so I could just kind of honed in a little bit that, that's where his focus is. And I think that's great. I was a little disappointed that he hasn't been to Reno in a very, very long time. I want someone that can be here and experience the new Reno revival and the energy and sort of the arts and culture and all the different things that Reno has to offer. So, and then I think, Mr. Thornley, I have to tell you, it's interesting, and you all know this, that when we are looking to fill positions in the city, it is really important to hire within our community, right? And that's one of the reasons that I did select Mr. Thornley. But I will tell you this, I was, because I do think it's important to hire local, and I do think we should show our community that we are a city that wants to bring people up, and you can accomplish anything, all of us together as a local community. I will tell you, I was incredibly impressed with his knowledge. And, I have spoken to him, but I don't know him well at all. We work sort of, in roundabout ways with everyone and our regional partners. And maybe that's why he does have such an advantage, because he really, you can tell he really understands the community, the region. He lives here. But I was really impressed with the question that Naomi asked, and sustainability, and also, kind of being pretty honest that maybe some of those things don't get off the ground because they don't quite have the commitment, right? And I thought that that was pretty impressive. And I think it's, you know, hard to, it's got to be hard for other candidates because they don't know the region, and you could clearly kind of tell that, and that's okay. It just depends on, you know, what you're looking for. I would say now more than ever, our city has been through a lot. I think our city has been through a lot, especially our team and our staff. We are on our third city manager. We're on our, you know, and so I think they're incredibly apprehensive and are paying close attention. And so I think it is important that someone that says they want to build the team and they want to listen. I mean, I think that's really, really important. You know, a lot of people don't realize that sometimes silence is a good thing because you are listening. You're not always having to be the one that has to be out there and you know, be the first heard or me, you know. And he talked about having a listening tour, and I think that is really important. Silence isn't always a bad thing. I think it shows that you are listening and paying attention to what matters most to people. So that's kind of my thoughts. And again, I do think he has an advantage because he, you know, all of us have probably worked with him in some capacity. So, you know, and I would imagine Armando has some insight. Councilwoman Breckus, has he given you any insight to Mr. Thornley?
No, he has not.
Really? Does he work with him?
Madam Mayor, I don't think he wants to be brought into this discussion, and I think
Well,
he is brought
have
into
you worked with
discussion.
him? We all work with our regional partners. Have you worked with him?
Madam Mayor, I think if my husband's going to be brought into this discussion.
I wasn't
by
talking
me.
about your husband. I asked if you had worked with him.
Let's move on. I see Mr. Delgado has his hand up.
Well, I'm just asking you because I think it's a small city and we all work with our regional partners. So I just want to make that connection that we all probably worked with Mr. Thornley in some capacity.
I have no problem disclosing,
Okay.
although
All
I
right.
don't think it's an obligation, that my husband has worked with Mr. Thornley, and Mr. Thornley's on his second stint there, so he hasn't worked with him, you know, for the whole time, but I think he has for the whole time that Mr. Thornley's done both stints, but I don't really find it material.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan.
I think you might have said Oscar had his hand up. I don't want to jump in.
I think I see that, but it could be from last time.
I
If you
don't
go to the
see-
panelists.
I don't see Councilman Delgado.
There
I'm
he
here.
is.
Now I
No, I've
see
been,
you.
forgive me, it was, my office, the people that come by and clean the offices kick me out, so I'm in the parking lot in my car, so forgive me. Didn't think the
Go
meeting was
ahead,
gonna go as long.
Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hearing both yourself and of course Councilwoman Dewar speak to the strengths of all the different candidates, I think we had a really strong pool. Of course, what Councilman Risa stated as well is not all of my my rankings, the people I suggested made the final cut, but I'm okay with that with respect that those are pretty lengthy and pretty in-depth process. So I appreciate everybody's commitment to it. With respect to Ms. Stanton, I thought she did and to your point, I thought she had a really strong background, especially with respect to what stood out to me is her financial depth and understanding of budgets and so forth. And I thought that was very, very impressive. And I won't harp on everything else you guys have stated. I think I agree with everything you guys have stated with both candidates. But that's what stuck out to me is she has really strong depth in terms of fiscal strengths and budgets. Mr. Stowe, in his most summary, I think that he has a really strong background in planning. And to your point, Madam Mayor, I think that planning really turned into some economic development opportunities where they saw their city grow. Again, we are very different from other cities across the nation in terms of how we grow with respect to our tax base. And that's an issue we've got to come around. And that really, to me, comes back to Mr. Thornley, understanding really the complexities of who we are and what we're about with respect to just how we have to grow in order to make sure we provide services and core services for our general community. Of all the questions that I asked, the same question of all three candidates, we respectfully thought that I kind of had to really draw out what I was trying to draw out, and that was really a sense of how we're going to better diversify our city so it reflects the community we represent. And Mr. Thorley saw that and really spoke to diversity. But without me really having to paint the entire picture, not that that really spoke to him being able to read between the lines and understanding where we are as a city and where we need to go. I think one of the really big pieces as well to his strengths is that he doesn't see us just as locally, he understands us regionally. And as much as we are trying to grow regionally with respect to the homeless issue, with housing issues, just dealing with the pandemic issues, we've all got to bring our resources together in order to make our presence known and be stronger for it. And so, generally speaking, that's kind of where I stand. I think you guys can read between the lines in terms of who I think would be best suited. But I'll wait to hear the rest of everyone else's thoughts in terms of where we go from here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Councilwoman Brecka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll preface my comments, and I appreciate hearing from my colleagues on their thoughts, is more my thinking about what I think Reno needs at this very unprecedented, pivotal time, and that is a steady, seasoned city manager. I think 3 years ago, when we were on the upswing of coming out of the recession, we went with an unseasoned city manager. She didn't last. It was a wasted opportunity in a lot of ways, in my view. We could have positioned ourselves a little bit better for now, and I think we could have moved forward a little bit stronger. And I think now we're on the precipice of times that are probably even more difficult than the Great Recession in terms of city operations and organization. And with that, this is such an important decision to get it right. As the mayor mentioned, my husband works for cities. We met working for a city. I've been around, worked for, with maybe 8 city managers and county managers because I had a little bit of interaction with that. And they're very much a special breed. And when you get up to a city about 300,000, which we are, the lead city in a region, I don't think in this time city manager on training wheels is well-advised or responsible choice of this council, to be honest with you. And that's why I'll take my thoughts on Mr. Thorley, who I think is the lead person. As he said, maybe 15, 18 months ago, he didn't even think he'd be a city manager. Why? But some people in the community approached him. I don't know who those people were. He's a registered lobbyist with the city of Reno, so maybe there are some people he knows through that activity. And that's fine, but we need a city manager who's, in my view, seasoned, but one who's going to be working for all of our citizens and also providing equal service to all of us. And I just don't think he's that right person. I think Ms. Stanton is a seasoned city manager and could do the job, and I was impressed with her. I think she has while Mr. Thornley expressed knowledge of the issues, she gave us situational context and experience, particularly when she talked about some of the sewer rates, that she leaned on her experience of having a city that ran the water utility and the electric company, which is a big deal. So I think that's an example of what she brings to the table that he would not, and I am concerned that he would not be the right choice. Mr. Stowe, I think, does have that good city manager experience. He's not possibly as strongly in his breadth of experience and approach, in my mind, as Ms. Stanton. And I don't necessarily think he's the best fit. At our conclusion of last Wednesday, Ms. Jardin said if we don't go make a decision, maybe we could leave the other couple in reserve. And if we don't, I would choose between the 3 of them today. I would say that possibly the other 2 that he mentioned, Mr. Halbert, who I think just recently retired out of long California career, and Mr. Kirby, I can't remember, I think he came down from Oregon, long seasoned tenured person. There are those candidates and maybe some others, but at this point, I do think Ms. Stanton could do the job and would be a very you know, the steady hand with the experience and the human touch that perhaps we need to cohesively join as a body and move into this very, very challenging future that we see ahead of us. But optimistic about it too. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, sorry, I've been on mute. Sorry about that. I've been on mute. Go ahead. Is that Councilwoman Jordan? Sorry, you're on mute. You might be having technical problems like I am. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I, was kind of tracking on some of the things that Councilwoman Dewar was saying, and I tend to kind of be leaning with some of her line of thinking too. I thought Ms. Stanton's background was very good, was very deep. Mr. Stowe, there's some things there that concern me that, to me, he's not in the top two. And Mr. Thornley, while I kind of came in, not knowing him, not having, he said he's met me. I don't remember having met him. I was kind of coming into it thinking, well, I don't know how I feel. I don't know, what he's going to bring. But I will tell you this, that turnover is incredibly expensive. And I'm not saying that just from a cost aspect. It's from a stability of the organization. And we've had a tremendous amount of it. That concerns me, and wanting stability of the person and what they're wanting. And having someone that wants, like I said before, this job with this city council in this city at this time is really an attribute. And when I think of kind of the number two people in organizations, I think of Bill Thomas. And I think Bill Thomas, if Bill Thomas was still at the city and he applied for this job, I would vote for him 100%. So I don't think that having the top job it somehow makes you better than the others. Sometimes the desire and the want and the commitment to the region and the people and the mission, which clearly he did a ton of homework on many things, and how you interviewed. I thought Mrs. Stanton's interview was good. It wasn't great. There were some things in there that gave me some pause. So I think Mr. Thornley, for the reasons I've described, has my nod right now, but I'll tell you, Mrs. Stanton was really good as well. And I too am seeking some input from my fellow colleagues. This is an important decision, and we want someone who wants this job with us for a long time.
Sorry. All right. Councilwoman Weber, you want to go?
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Manager. Well, I love hearing what everyone else has to say, and I appreciate each and every one of your comments. I think it's so important that we are having this discussion, and the three candidates that we had, I think, were really, really good, even though I didn't vote for all of them. But I do really appreciate those who did, and to bring them forward. And I agree that Ms. Stanton is, I just thought her experience and her, she's done it all kind of thing. She knows what she's doing. But sometimes, and in some of these discussions, you all have mentioned it, it's not always about knowing how to do everything. It sometimes is having someone new working through with us, and somebody that hasn't as much experience. But you know what? Sometimes common sense and the ability to work with us, giving us advice, like Mr. Thornley did, about how we can do things differently. He he lives here. I like Mr. Stowe. I think, as well as you all, that the two top for me were Ms. Stanton and Mr. Thornley. But when Mr. Thornley talked about he's here, he wants to be here, he wants the job. He had said some things in his resume about being a confidant with the council, and that's what we need. We need somebody that wants to work with us and bring us to where we need to go. And so I'm having a hard time. But I do think that I could definitely pick the top one tonight if need be. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry. I just ran outside. I don't know about you guys, but it's hailing outside.
It is?
I had to run out there because all my lawn furniture is flying down the street.
That's what I had to do too. It started pouring here like that's a dog. So
Yeah, no, it's hailing now. Now it's hail.
Hail.
Anyway, okay, thank you. Sorry I had to run out. Okay, with that being said, who else have we missed? Anyone?
Mr. Reed.
No?
Reed.
Pardon?
Vice Mayor.
Oh, go ahead. Councilman Reese, Vice Mayor.
Well, I think you probably saved me for last because I'm the rookie on the group. There's probably not much more than I can add. I think all of us have a wealth of life experience that leads us to the place where we would choose a person for any particular job. In this regard, what is most important to me is how I feel the person would inhabit that strange world between leading a staff of several, at times it flexes up to 1,500 employees, but also having to work with the council because we only have the clerk and the manager to hire directly. I find that position is very unique and requires the ability to navigate a lot of tricky interpersonal relationships for that person to navigate a lot of different hats that have to be worn, HR, labor, public works, building permits, and it seems to me that the person who actually will have the ability to do that best is Mr. Thornley. Based on the answers that were given tonight, his ability to navigate that. I think one of the answers that really stuck out to me was his response to the diversity question. This was perhaps the best answer of the night of any of the panelists in my mind. And that tells me that he's been thinking about it. I think we are at a pivotal moment in our city where we've got to hire an HR professional as Mr. Gregerson leaves the organization. And we have to work through some difficulties that we've had with labor groups. We have folks who are, understandably worried about the financial wherewithal of the city. And so given the kind of multitasking that it looks like Mr. Thornley has been able to do, and in some ways I have a bias because as a lawyer, I think there's a skill set that comes from being a lawyer that helps to navigate and mediate some of those disputes. That will be kind of where I head. I think both of the other candidates were outstanding. I think Ms. Stanton would be, for me, a close second. And so those are my thoughts. I mean, I very much appreciate all of my colleagues' thoughts about it. It just seems like we have a lot of the same ideas and are ultimately trying to be gracious employers who are asking people to come here and offering them a job. So I appreciate the process and I thank my colleagues for their thoughtful ideas.
Mayor Sheedy?
Yeah, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, Vice Mayor Reese said something that just triggered something in me when he was speaking about Mr. Thornley that I thought was a very astute observation on Mr. Thornley's part. And that was towards the end of his interview when Councilman Jordan again asked him, though, about areas of improvement, and he noted our long meetings. But instead of criticizing us for getting into the details, he complimented us for caring enough about our community to do the digging that we need to do. And I think he also recognized what is the challenge, and I happen to agree with him, is not enough lead time. Things come at us right, left, and center, and I don't feel often that I'm prepared enough to answer the question. You know, sometimes these things are just hitting us. And I think if he has the understanding about that we really, really care, and that he needs to, if he was selected, would have to work with us to manage the agenda in a way that provides us the lead time that we need. I think that was a very astute observation. So rather than criticizing us, like, you guys need to get your work done more quickly, understanding the complexity and the largeness of issues that we're dealing with and being prepared to help us through that, I thought was a very, very telling thing. I appreciate the question, Councilman.
I think you make a good point, Councilwoman Dewar, and it's one of the things that frustrates me tremendously is having such long agenda. I don't think it's fair to the community, or certainly when we've been in, you know, long 10-hour meetings and then we go into a 6 o'clock hearing. It absolutely frustrates me, and I've always felt like there just, you know, has to be a better way, and I'm glad that he certainly touched on that. And then I would also say, you know, you can't teach desire. And what I've learned in my own business is I've hired a lot of managers from the outside, and my best managers are actually the ones from the inside that know the landscape well, right? And so I truly have learned they might not have quite the experience on paper, but they have the desire. And some of them are the most hardworking that have been with me for a very, very long time, who are doing amazing, and they were never managers. So I believe you cannot teach desire. So, you know, I just want to be very careful whenever, you know, a council member says, you know, refers to it as training wheels. I think that can be seen as extremely offensive. So I think all of them have a lot of experience, and all of them would probably do a fine job. So, but I just, you know, I want to make sure that they're, you know, I think you have to be very careful, because that could be seen as being very derogatory. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. There were some other things in listening to all of you and looking at some of my notes that kind of stood out too. Ms. Stanton, I thought, gave some pretty good specific answers on some questions. But Mr. Stowe, some of his answers were soft in that they were comfortable, and they were somewhat kind of, you know, interview answers. You know, and I'm not trying to be derogatory. What I'm trying to say is Mr. Thornley, he said a few things that gave me the impression, which we've had some deficit of this in the past, of someone being a decision maker and being strong. And he said a few things that gave me the impression that that is his style. He brought up some subjects that are, you know, are very current right now, but they're very sensitive subjects. And he went right in there to discuss them. He talked about some things that could improve transparency and within our police department. That's something he could have just avoided and, you know, stayed safe, and he didn't. And then he made a comment too, and I think maybe it was about the council meetings, where he said, honest discussions of where we are falling down. And that to me shows some vulnerability of, we have to all, including all of us, have candid, honest discussions about where we're falling down, where city operations may be falling down, where departments could be improved upon. And I think we all have to come from that position of area of growth. And it was refreshing to hear someone kind of acknowledge, I don't want to say weakness, but opportunities for growth. And that doesn't always happen in an interview. You can play it safe. And he kind of didn't. He kind of went in there, and I value that. I mean, at the end of the day, we clearly have great things going on in the city, and things we're doing really, really well. But assuredly, there are areas for improvement, and acknowledging acknowledging that there are areas for growth and improvement is the first step.
Yeah, and also, what I think too, actually, if I think back about it, what he did is he touched on a lot of different concerns that are some of the most important for today, and touched on them a lot more than the other two, which were diversity, policing, mental health, our complex tax base. He brought that up, and I know that's something that Councilwoman Breckus talks about a lot, which a lot of people aren't familiar with that are outside of Nevada, how difficult it is. And I always feel like because it's so complex and we're always robbing from Peter to pay Paul and trying to figure out this revenue source, and it's just really, really, really hard. He touched on that. He also touched on being community oriented and listening to our staff and how challenging it is in a pandemic, and how he didn't sugarcoat it and said, some difficult decisions are going to have to be made. And then he also talked about sustainability. I thought he answered the sustainability question probably best out of anyone. He absolutely touched on some highly important issues and controversial ones when he talked about policing. No one even touched that. So I think you're right. I think that says a lot. So I don't know about you guys. Are you just hearing this downpour? Is that happening where you are too, or is it just me?
Just hit my house.
Totally, definitely.
You're having it? Okay. What about you, Weber?
Nope, it's just lightning and thundering it right now.
Okay, well, hopefully some of this moisture gets over to the fire area. Let's just pray for that. Okay, with that being said, I want to move forward. We'll take a roll call vote since everyone's had a chance to weigh in on discussion. And I will start with Councilwoman Breckus, Ward 1.
Well, I think we need a motion on the table to take a vote, to be honest with you. And I'm not prepared to make one because I think that it sounds like the body wants Mr. Thornley, and I'm not prepared to make a motion for him. But once the motion's on the top, I'm fine with the roll vote.
So, okay, at this time, I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Reese.
Madam Mayor, I sort of understood your question to be that you would poll us or individually to say, I would nominate X person. I think that's how it happened when I was appointed. But in any event, in order to help.
You know what? Let me just find out, because I want to make sure that we are staying in accordance with OML and all that. Madam Clerk, what would our City Attorney Carl Hall or Jonathan Shipman?
Madam Mayor.
Is it better to do a motion? Hello, Jonathan. Is it better to do a motion, or because that's how I thought that we did do it with Councilman Reese.
Yeah, normally, I mean, how it's happened in the past is somebody steps up and makes the nomination, and then there's a second, and then there's a vote, and that's how when Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway.
All right. Then I would like to nominate Doug Thornley.
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye, or
aye.
Aye.
Could we have conversation and comment on the motion?
Yes, discussion. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. So someone who provided public comment put in the ICMA Code of Ethics, and there is strong consideration in these sort of circumstances for unanimous votes. And I take that to heart because I really always do try and hold myself to the standards of professional best practice. But in this instance, I cannot support the motion. I supported, although she sat in my office and I told her, Ms. Newby, you're going to get this job, but you're not ready for it. And I tried, to help her be a success, and I was invested in her success. But it was just too complex of an organization, and she just was not ready for it. And I feel the same about Mr. Thornley with this motion on the table. He knew a lot of issues, almost like it was an exam to run off all the topic areas. He talked about integrating himself into the organization, learning the culture. But what Reno needs, in my view, and I've been associated with the organization since 1998 under a very strong, long-run, accomplished a lot city manager, is really needs a leader who can be the change maker. Because Reno, in my view, never really recovered from the downturn in the Great Recession, and it hasn't had that leader to take the organization to a new place. And I just don't see that management and executive experience. And I will say, I'm particularly concerned that it looks like the council's going to be hiring a city manager, someone who maybe 15, maybe even 4 months ago, didn't even think he wanted to be a city manager. But some people in the community approached him. I don't know who those people are. I would presume there may be people who have interest in how City Hall operates and works. And so, you know, they have as much right as anyone. But that makes me very concerned that we have someone who is coming in to be our city manager who has some people who have nudged him into that role. That makes me concerned. So I'm not going to support. I will be very invested in his success, but I will also be sitting from the Ward 1 seat of oversight to make sure that he is going to be a city manager for all people and not just a few who put the buzz in his ear who want a connection at City Hall. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to weigh into the discussion? Go ahead. Councilman Reese.
I think it would do our former city manager disservice for me not to say that I think Ms. Newby did an outstanding job, worked very hard, had certainly challenges and complexities with the job, but I think would still be here riding the ship and running the ship if they had not had the opportunity to be closer to family in Las Vegas. So where Ms. Breckus saw failings or shortcomings, I saw a person who is willing to grow. And so I just don't think it is fair to go into that history in a way that is not gracious to that person who is not with our organization. A false narrative about Mr. Thornley's interest in the city. A person can be happily in the job that they're in and have no desire for leaving that job. And then when circumstance or opportunity presents itself and other people are mindful that that opportunity or circumstance is open, they can say, hey, you know, you're really qualified for this position. Have you ever considered it? And a person can honestly say, you know, I hadn't thought about that. It wasn't really on my radar screen, but let me go explore it. I just don't understand the narrative that is being fomented about the lobbyist, the person who's some kind of cloak and dagger nonsense that certainly has not occurred in my purview about this exchange. We can all reasonably disagree about a person's skill set or qualifications, but making it be something it's not for the purposes of proving some strange point is just not fair. It's also the reason why perhaps good candidates don't want to come to work for the city of Reno because they don't want to be vilified or spit roasted on the altar of someone's you know, machinations or political drama. This should be a drama-free role. This is a job which is here to lead our employees, is to help to navigate the relationships between our employees and us. We are the leaders. We are the change makers that my good colleague from Ward 1 is talking about. It is not the city manager who has to lead us forward on policy. We should be doing that. And so I thank my colleague for her comments, and we'll just simply disagree with many of them and say, I think we've got a good candidate. Obviously, it's been a long process. I will look forward to the success of Mr. Thornley in the future and work for that aim, just as Ms. Breckus will do.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate you addressing that because, and I think, and I'm going to be just, very, very honest. And typically we try to sort of hide the, some of the dirty laundry that happens out of respect for our colleagues of putting them in very awkward positions. And you were very nice about how you sort of, and you're good at that. You're, and to be honest with you, yes, she did want to go be near family, but also it was a very challenging position for her. And to be honest, Councilwoman Breckus, you were very open and honest behind the scenes, how you didn't like her, and you were tough on her. And just as you just said, I'm going to hold you accountable. And we actually had one, if everyone remembers, we had one of the candidates back out because he felt it was controversial. And I don't want it to be that way for our next city manager. And to be honest with you, what you need to know is whenever Mr. Thornley reached out to me, what I said to you, are you absolutely sure you want this position? This is a very tough council. Very tough. Because it is highly scrutinized and we all are an interesting bunch. But also, I would just ask that you would treat everyone with maybe a little bit more grace and mercy, because I think part of why and Sabra was very, very capable. And I think the way that you just sort of portrayed her was incredibly negative and disrespectful. So I just want to be extremely honest, because, if we're not sugarcoating anything here, and not, to mention if I say black, you say white, and that's okay. I don't want to live in a world where everything looks the same. I don't. But, and so I'm going to respect your comments, but I just also think they were very disrespectful to Miss Newby. And again, when Doug had reached out to me, and I don't know him well, and yes, I've worked with him in very roundabout ways, and like I said, you probably know much more about him than I do. So, I wanted to also make that clear, because you have referred to him as a lobbyist and so forth. And, I've seen that narrative out there, and it is, very presumptuous. So anyway, I think I would be remiss if I did not mention that. And I want, Miss Newby had a lot of dedication, and she had a lot of great traits, and she did a great job for this city. And so I do want to thank her. So, all right. With that being said, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries. All right, Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Madam Mayor, thank you for that. Moving on to general closing public comment. We received closing public comment received after 4 p.m. on the last business day beforehand from Anne Marie Grant that has been submitted to council and is part of the record. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further general public comment, and you would be looking for a motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you. Josh, I want to say thank you. I know you don't have an easy job, and I'm certain in a pandemic it's even harder to start to recruit people. I want to say thank you to all of the candidates that applied. And matter of fact, we're probably going to have other positions open like HR and things like that. And some of them I thought would have been incredible candidates for those positions. I want to say thank you to my council members. I think you guys did a great job. I loved all of your questions. And then Josh, I would just ask you, let us know where we need to go next, if there's like a final background check or how that works.
Yeah, precisely, Madam Mayor. We will wrap up our final reference and background checks and work with staff. I understand, I think your history has been a city attorney's office on drafting an employment agreement, getting that negotiated, and getting it to you for your approval. So we'll get to work on that right away, and it's been my pleasure. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right, take care, Josh. Thank you very much. Bye, you guys.
everyone.
Bye.